opportunities to bring forward questions, and we would be happy to bring additional information back to you on both of those topics if you're not able to get what you need out of this evening's discussion and presentation. Can go on to the next slide. So just a bit of background where things started, and I won't go through each of these bullet points, but back in February and March of this year, really immediately following the Marshall fires, we had some residents who initiated contact with staff about their concerns, specifically as it related to the Oscar Arnold nature area. During that next couple of months, we had several opportunities to go back and forth with that resident, as well as get input from North Metro Fire Rescue District to hopefully alleviate some of those concerns. And the efforts that we had made at that point weren't quite enough. So you can go on to the next slide. In May this year, we did have a meeting. We coordinated a meeting between those concerned residents and North Metro Fire Rescue District. In June, we brought forward some additional budget requests, that mid-year parks update and budget request, and identified the need for some additional funding, specifically along the Farmers Highline Canal as one of those priority areas to thin out the plant material along the canal as fire mitigation and hazard tree removal effort. Where we did get consensus to move forward. And then on June 13th, we had a resident attend the regular council meeting and submitted a letter again asking for some additional fire mitigation discussion. And council at that point asked for a study session on the topic, which is what brought us to this evening's presentation. Can move on to the next slide. So since that study session where the letter was brought forward, we have met with North Metro Fire Rescue District, and they have put together a presentation that includes their strategies that were already in process as to how they may be changing some of their processes to better be able to address wildland fire concerns. You can go on to the next slide. So at this point, I'm actually going to turn it over to Chief Ramos, and he is going to go through the next set of slides and really talk with you about the efforts that have been made on the part of North Metro Fire Rescue District and in collaboration with city staff as it relates to some of our city properties. So Chief Ramos, the floor is all yours.
All right, thank you, Amanda. And again, good evening to the mayor, city council members, and also to all staff that's present tonight. I think, certainly great introduction. Marshall Fire has created a lot more concerns for all of us. That was one devastating 24 hours with the loss of 2 lives, loss of nearly 11,000 homes, almost unmatched, and very, very unusual weather circumstances that helped create that event. So it's been on all of our minds, and tonight I think what we'll talk about is what's on our agenda next. So if I could get the next slide, please. So again, probably I should have done this on the first slide, but Wildland Urban Interface, and that's the acronym for that's WUI. So Wildland, certainly scary and dangerous, but kind of a fun name to say, WUI. So WUI fires, you'll probably hear us say that a few times tonight and use the shorter acronym. So I think in talking about the Marshall Fire, what we'd like to do tonight is we're going to share with you a bit about our engagement in that fire and what we learned from that experience. Because certainly after that fire, we went quickly to the drawing board to already look at our plans that we thought were pretty good. But I think that fire helped us recognize that we could do a lot more. And so a lot more, the areas we focused on were how can we best enhance our operational capabilities? So we've done a lot in that area over the past 9 months. And then also risk assessment. So we risk assess on our own. Our community, our entire district is divided up 64 planning zones. And we risk those for every category of fire, EMS. And we went back and took a particularly hard look at every single area for the risk regarding to wildland fires and that WUI interface. And Then once we were done with that risk, we got together to further risk with our community partners such as Northland and Broomfield. And then, together we're collaborating on how we make plans to best reduce risks. And we've come up with a lot of good ideas for the community, and particularly with Northland recently. And we think those things can help us reduce the risk of fire and reduce the risk of that fire spread. What we're really looking for is to be able to mitigate those fires very quickly. And the next big piece to that is educating the public. And that's been a big effort on our part, because the public and how they take care of their homes really has a very significant impact of mitigating fires and the spread of those fires that are fires like conflagrations such as Marshall Fire. So all the plans that we'll be talking about tonight are really the lessons learned from communities that have a lot more wildland or urban interface fires, such as California. Everybody's aware that they go through this every year and have for a long time, and they've developed some great plans. And so we're following best practice models at North Metro. And I'm really proud to say that working with our community partners, like working with Amanda and her staff, they've just been fabulous in committing to those requests that we have for mitigation. And the city of Northland is obviously very dedicated to reducing this risk, as the fire district is. And then towards the end, I'll tell you about one more effort that we've been doing for a long time, which is regionalizing our approach to providing emergency services. And what I mean by that is we work very closely with 6 North area fire departments. And we actually train together all the time, develop the same standard operating procedures, run the same fire academy officer development, and SOPs. So our standard operating procedures are aligned between all the departments that are working very closely. And just a few months ago, we were successful in standing up a CAD-to-CAD system that I'll talk about at the end that connects our communication centers via technology to where it no longer takes a phone call to get a neighboring agency to respond. They could do it in real time, like they're part of North Metro Fire. Very exciting project. And we'll talk about how that helps us in the areas of wildland firefighting, but every other aspect of North Metro emergency response. So the biggest part of this presentation will be delivered by Operations Chief, Chief Bybee. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Chief Bybee now.
Next slide, please. So let's talk about the Marshall Fire, specifically North Metro Fire Rescue Response. And like the chief said, lessons we learned through our participation in that horrible event. I love the background to this slide. I think it's a satellite view, fairly close to the start of the fire. It really shows the scope, the scale, and not to be hyperbolic, but the fury of this fire. You can see that smoke from the fire hugging close to the ground, basically traveling parallel to the ground, pushed by those ferocious 85 to 100 mile per hour winds. So it was a big deal, and I think it's helpful when you're looking at the Marshall Fire to kind of view it through the lens of a natural disaster. Akin to a tornado or a hurricane. You can't always stop damage from a tornado or a hurricane, or in this case, a fast-moving fire. What we can do is we can learn the lessons that we learned from participating in this fire. We can work with our community partners to help mitigation efforts. We can push education out to the public to help them kind of fortify or harden their own homes for the responses to this fire, these type of fires. This is an anomaly, as we all know, largest, most destructive fire in the state's history. Certainly, the chief and I have been around for a very long time. Nothing like this nothing remotely close like this has ever happened. But that doesn't mean it can't happen again. This fire was kind of the perfect storm of fire conditions caused by a perfect storm. You had extra tall grass and brush that had been supported by a very wet spring and early summer, then followed by a brutal 6-month drought. So you had big fuels that were very dry. You had some sort of ignition source, and then you had 85 to 100 mile an hour winds blowing that from grasslands into a suburban area and causing the conflagration that the chief spoke about earlier. So we have a few slides here to cover today. So I want to keep this exploration of our participation in the Marshall Fire fairly short. I think I have 5 or 6 slides. And let's move on to the next slide if we could, please. Obviously, devastating fire. These are some frightening statistics. I think they're made more frightening by the fact that the entire incident, the bulk of this damage, was all completed within 24 hours. And really, most of it within 12 to 14 hours, till we had some favorable wind shifts. So that amount of destruction in that short a time, truly remarkable. 6,000 acres burned. Like the chief said, 1,100 homes destroyed, dozens and dozens of homes damaged, 7 commercial structures destroyed. We're talking hotels and Safeways, big box stores, some giant structures. A number of those were damaged, and most tragic of all, the 2 confirmed deaths. And while that is amazingly tragic, to have a fire of this scale that moved at this speed and only have 2 deaths is a bit of a miracle in my mind. I think we were aided by excellent evacuation done by police officers, neighbors, helping neighbors, some fire crews. And it certainly didn't hurt that smoke was lying so low and blowing so swiftly across the area that if you were there, you knew something bad was coming your way. But evacuation was one of the big success stories of this fire. Next slide, please. So I want to walk you through, we're not going to go point by point through all our actions in this fire, but I wanted to walk you through how we became involved and some of the early stuff we did and how that resulted in basically painting the picture for our crews through the remainder of the incident. The initial alarm came in kind of the standard way that we get alarms. It came in as a mutual aid request. It was outside of our district. So Mountain View Fire Protection District asked for 2 engines and a BC from us. So 7 total people. They responded to an area fairly close to where the fire began. And obviously, I'm sure we've all seen videos of the ember storms, the wind. While they responded fairly close to the start, and this is going to be the story for a lot of the response at that fire, is that they had continually had to reposition based on fire conditions and the rapidness with which it spread. So we have these 7 people initially responded, and the rest of the people that ended up being involved, a significant portion of our entire fire department, kind of came about involved in the fire in less conventional ways. So in total, we had 6 fire engines, we had a ladder truck, 2 Wildland brush trucks. Brush trucks are those 4-wheel drive, shorter fire engines that they're able to go off-road. They're basically the gold standard for wildland fire attack. 5 ambulances, 5 battalion chiefs, all of senior staff. We even had people from fire prevention and fleet personnel involved. Fire prevention personnel were doing some advanced scouting for us later in the fire. And our fleet personnel were working, in the same punishing conditions that our firefighters were, making sure that those units were fueled and serviced appropriately and able to perform throughout the duration of the event. Our final demobilization of North Metro units about 22 hours after our initial response. And we ended up having 95 personnel involved in the fire, which a lot of fire departments participated in this fire all along the Front Range, Denver, South Metro, Fort Collins. But we had certainly one of the most significant presences of personnel and equipment of any fire department involved. So next slide, please. So I talked about kind of the unconventional way that we became involved in the rest of the firefight. And one of our employees, actually our EMS chief, had a home that was in the fire's direct path. He had gone and evacuated his family, was returning to work. He was very near Avista Hospital when he received a call from a colleague from another department saying the fire was approaching on Avista Hospital. They were having smoke conditions inside the hospital and they were going to need to evacuate. That EMS chief responded to this location and immediately began organizing the transport evacuations. There's 150 people in that hospital. We evacuated 30 of them. The rest were able to evacuate, on their own and in their private vehicles. We focused on the more critical patients. Obviously a big job to evacuate these people, requiring a lot of resources. At this time in the fire, Boulder County Communications, the people that would normally be dispatching additional resources, understandably overrun with calls for help. Hundreds and hundreds, thousands of calls they were receiving, and they were not able to dispatch any additional help to this location, which again is outside of our fire district. So our EMS chief called into what now was developing into our department operations center and asked for any sort of resources we could send. Considering the fact that we were, essentially, we're rescuing babies and critically sick people from a fire, we quickly made the decision that we were just going to push every resource we had in the district to this effort. Luckily, we have agreements with all our responding fire departments, our neighboring fire departments, and we were able to pull some of their units in to staff our stations. And then we began a emergency callback of off-duty personnel, placed those in reserve apparatus, and they were able to cover the station or the district. So all our resources are coming to Avista. Evacuations were kind of technical. You can see in this picture, there's a lot of specialized equipment. The nurses had to attend on some of the patients, but we were able to successfully evacuate every single person that high-risk person that we had dedicated ourselves to evacuating. Next slide. Uh-oh. Can we try the next one? Nope. Oh, darn, that was my good slide. Maybe if we hit that, let me talk about it first and then you can hit that play button. So as evacuation efforts wrapped up, we had all our resources very close to the neighborhood, which became engulfed after the fire had blown by Avista. So our fire resources that were at Avista were then pushed into suppression, structural suppression and structural protection duties in this neighborhood. And if you hit that play button, perhaps we'll get a video.
So because it's saved as a PDF, I'm not sure that we'll be able to bring that up from this presentation. I believe Lisa has the full file. She may be able to bring that up for you. I'm not sure if she can do that on the spot.
Tall order. Anyway, while she looks for that, if we find it, great. If not, that's fine. We've all seen images of many images, many video images of that fire. And basically you see in the panoramic video that they took that basically that entire neighborhood was engulfed in flames. So our people repositioned into that neighborhood, began protection and suppression efforts. And as was the story, like I said before, of the entire fire, they're basically continually repositioning to new neighborhoods where they would do suppression and structural protection throughout the night. We ended up, I think our last cruise ended up in the Superior neighborhood, just west of the Flatirons Mall. And they were that last group that was demobilized. So a lot of movement around that night, a lot of hard work done by our people. We were lucky that we had people return from off duty, that we were able to rotate fresh firefighters into the front line and provide those guys some much needed rest. I guess we can move to the next slide.
Sure, I'll go back to sharing my screen.
So obviously a wake-up call for all of us. I mean, collectively, the fire service, the community, everybody. So we had kind of a new focus on wildland urban interface, WUI fires, obviously after this tragedy. And we sat down and as a group, and we decided, what can we do to enhance our operational capabilities? What kind of risk assessment can we do for the district and identify those areas that really need special attention? How do we collaborate with community partners on mitigation efforts? And again, how do we push out educating the public on what their role is in helping alleviate the dangers from potential WUI fires? Next slide, please. So North Metro is a training centric department. We're very focused on training of all kinds. We decided after this fire to redouble our efforts in the wildland arena. We had been doing some of these things, but we really started to pay extra attention to the classes that we were requiring of our people in the training. All North Metro personnel from the chief on down are required to have S130, S190 wildland certifications now. That is a certification pushed out by the National Wildland Coordinating Group. It's basically the two classes together, about 40 hours of wildland instruction and strategy and tactics. We even pushed that curriculum into our recruit academy. So our newest firefighters that just came out of our last academy also have that S130, 190. So everybody online responding to calls has this basic understanding of wildland strategy and tactics. We also have annual wildland refresher training that we've been doing for a number of years. Obviously, our focus in 2022 was on WUI fires and suburban conflagrations. Those refresher trainings are given by members of our wildland team. And I'd like to take a moment after a sip of water here to describe what our wildland team does. Chief McCabe, who is on the call this evening, is the leader of that wildland team. It's a 25-member team of people that actually receive additional training way above this S130, 190. And they're also available for deployments outside the district boundaries in the region and actually across the Western United States. Like many fire departments, we think it's important to play a role in this fight against this national scourge of wildland fires. So we deploy people, most of our neighboring departments also deploy people all over the Western United States. And the good thing about that is no cost to the district. We're reimbursed by the federal government, and our people get out and they get experience that they just can't get around here. While none of us, speaking for myself and the chief, have seen these suburban conflagrations, many of these members have because they've been deployed to them in California. They come back with that expertise and that knowledge, and they're very good about passing that back on to the crews and providing training like that wildland refresher training. We also use them as subject matter experts, obviously. One of the things that we've changed since Marshall Fire is that our incident commanders, our battalion chiefs that run fires, they generally don't have as much, except for Chief McCabe now, they don't have as much experience with wildland fires. So we're embedding on the larger fires, we're going to embed a subject matter expert in with incident command to help with strategy and tactics. We also use them for pre-planning these areas, these focused areas that we look at and do the risk assessments on. And they're also great resources for district crews when a company officer has a question about wildland tactics or a specific area within the district. These guys are always available to help. So next slide, please. As the chief alluded to earlier, we have a very close working relationship with the 6 departments in the north area, and we work together on resource availability. We've moved to a closest unit response model. So it's important that we dovetail what we're doing in the wildland arena with the things that they're doing in the wildland arena. So we've agreed on a policy, a regional policy that we all follow, that we will, even when we have like a crew deployed on a national fire, we will keep enough resources back in the region to be available should one of these larger weed fires occur. We've also created brush truck strike teams. It's kind of hard to say, which is basically 5 brush trucks. So a dispatcher can basically push a button on their console. An incident commander could say, I need a brush truck strike team. They're able to immediately dispatch the 5 closest brush trucks to the scene. And again, like I said earlier, the gold standard in attacking wildland fires. It's a big upgrade in that this CAD-to-CAD system gives us. And we're also looking at equipment needs and placement, wildland specific equipment needs and placement as a region. And we all individually as our departments, we place our brush trucks in areas of higher risk while still paying attention to overall distribution of assets. We're now going to be doing that as a region as well. Like I alluded to earlier, mapping and pre-planning is a big thing that our wildland team experts give us. And we're doing that as a region. Every district is doing what we're doing, which is mapping the higher risk areas, providing ingress and egress points, water supply, terrain details, and we're standardizing that pre-plan layer so that everybody within this 6 department region has access to it immediately as on-scene information. Next slide, please. So assessing risk. I think the chief mentioned this earlier as well. We assess risk for our district kind of on a macro view, the entire district across all our disciplines, wildland, hazmat, EMS, and then we rate. I'll show you some maps in a bit on kind of what these risk assessments look like visually. We did that for wildland. On a macro level, we identified those areas that are of particular interest and risk within our district and map those out. I think it's important to point out that there are no conventional high-risk areas within the city of Northglenn or within our district as a whole, for that matter. Those high-risk areas are those areas, wooded areas in the mountains of considerable slope, access problems, water issues. We don't have that kind of fire load, that kind of fuel load, and that kind of exposure that some of the mountain communities do. So when you hear people talk about fire risk and they say high fire risk, that does not exist within the city of Northland. What we have done is focus on relative risk within the fire district. So in the maps I'm about to show you, the yellow shaded areas are areas of moderate risk, relative risk, remember, within the fire district, and red shaded areas are higher level risks relative to overall district risk, still not rising to that more common definition of high risk. So next slide, please. So this is the wildland risk map, that macro view of our entire fire district. And you can see, to orient you, the center red portion, that's kind of our western boundary of Broomfield. Some of the yellow is adjacent to it. But a lot of our risk, like from the Marshall Fire, comes from outside our district boundaries. That's why, typically, the typical winds come from the west. Our biggest exposure as a fire district are those western exposures to these wildland areas. So you see some western risk and northern risk. You can see Northland kind of to the bottom right, and not representing a substantial risk compared relative to the rest of the district. So we'll look at three of the three areas that we think warrant a little extra attention from us. And let's run to the first one. Next slide, please. The Oscar Arnold nature area. I know there's a lot of community concern about this area. We've rated it as, again, a relative risk, a moderate risk. There's not a lot of slope. There's a considerable amount of open space, grasslands, some gamble oak, stuff of that nature. But I think partly due to the size of the area and the community interest in a closer look, we did perform one of our focus surveys on this area, and we shared that with city officials. We looked back on response data from the 1st of January 2019 up through today. And in that 3.5-year period, we've had no weed fires of any size really in this area. So let's move to the next slide, please. Another area of concern, this one rising a little bit more to higher concern, is the area behind the Regatta Apartments. This area is more concerning because it's directly behind multifamily housing. You can see by the map that some of this area is actually within the city of Thornton, which is we work extremely closely with the city of Thornton. We jointly run a training center with them. So the information that we're sharing with the city, we're also sharing with Thornton Fire Department as well, on our suggested kind of survey areas and mitigation suggestions in the Regatta Apartments. Now, in that past 3.5 years, we have had 4 weed fires in this area. None of them amounted to much, were quickly put out. Again, remember that the westerly winds, the prevailing winds, don't really, they help us in this area. We can't have easterly upslope winds. I think the primary reason that this is a higher risk area is based on the slope up towards the apartments and the fact that there's a lot of overgrown trees and grasses very close to the multifamily homes. Next slide. The third and final area that we really wanted to focus on and provide an additional survey on is the area around Batting Reservoir. Like the previous slide, some of this area is within the boundaries of the city of Thornton. And in the past 3.5 years in this area, we have experienced no fires. Next slide, please. So the discussions that we've had with the city manager's office, with Parks Department, all focused on those kind of the generalized recommendations that we could make and agree upon for how do we kind of lower the risk in these higher risk areas. We like to continue mowing beauty bands along sidewalks and trails, around 5 feet each side. That provides a fire break. If you have an approaching fire that's running through taller grass, once it hits that shorter grass, basically that mowing lane on either side of the trail just makes that fire break a lot larger. And fire breaks are, in most weather conditions, are phenomenal ways. They're areas of defense where we can attack a fire. And it's not uncommon to see a fire that looks kind of big roll up to a 6 foot wide dirt road and then just stop because it doesn't have the energy to jump that road. Again, we're obviously going to want to mow tall grasses surrounding structures. You don't want that fire load right up against fences or structures. And for some of the higher risk wildland areas, like the ones that we pointed out, we'd like to extend the mowed area up to 30 feet from all the structures and fences. And that mowing just needs to happen once a year after growing season, when these plants are green, actively growing during the wetter months of the year. They don't really present that big a fire risk, but when they dry out, that's the time to cut those down, give us a little bit of a fire break between the structures and the wildland areas with taller grasses and heavier fuels. We also, within that area, we want to clean up dead wood and fallen branches if we can. One thing that didn't make it onto this slide is we also like to reduce what we call laddering during one of these fires. So if you have a tree, you don't have to cut down all your evergreens and everything, but if you can, and there's specific recommendations on our website on how high you go, and actually Chief McKay might be able to help us in a bit. You basically want to cut those lower branches down so that the grasses underneath don't have the opportunity to jump higher into the tree canopy and cause a bigger fire. One of the things that we're asked frequently is, do we recommend controlled burns in the city of North Glen? And we are not recommending controlled burns. They carry their own potential risks of losing control of a controlled burn. While it doesn't happen often, it has happened. And we think that mowing operations are more than enough in most of these areas. Next slide. So the last piece in kind of our presentation today on how we're dealing with stuff within this wildland arena is educating the public. We've developed some handouts. We actually have a presentation that we'd be glad to give to community groups, ward meetings, any other forum that you think is necessary. Most of this information is on our website, northmetrofire.org. And the content that we're putting up on the website, and it's all on the front page, has come through our partnering with cities on education, messaging, and mitigation efforts. Like the chief said at the start, we've already met with North Glen City Manager's Office, North Glen PD, and had especially Chief McCabe has had a number of meetings with the Parks Department personnel to discuss these mitigating plans. Like I said earlier, we've developed homeowner education and mitigation plans based on the CAL FIRE FireWise programs. They obviously, there we go. That's all right.
I was trying to find it and
Good time. If you scroll up a little, you'll see it.
I know. I'll show it again, but I'm moving it over here. Carry on.
Okay, we go back to the slides. I'm not seeing this. There we go.
There you go.
Anyway, California obviously has a ton of experience on wildland fires, and they come up with some very good handouts and information for homeowners. Like I said, this is part of a bigger presentation. This handout is available on our website, and it's basically how to prepare or harden your home against an approaching wildfire. And it basically gives landscaping and housekeeping recommendations for 3 zones around your house. The immediate zone, that 5 feet right next to your house, the intermediate zone from 5 to 30 feet, and the extended zone 30 to 100 feet. Really good information. You can pop on our website and reach that. We also have posted daily burn ban notifications on our website. And we filmed a WUI PSA with the help of the city and county of Broomfield. Scott McCabe, our battalion chief with us today, is the star of that PSA. It's a little Broomfield centric because they paid for the video. We're working on creating a different intro so it's more accessible to the rest of our district residents, but all the information is the same. It's a good video to check out. Most of the things that that you need to do around your home are relatively simple. So I encourage everybody to visit that. Again, we're more than happy to come out to a community meeting and give you our entire presentation and have access to at least a portion of those WUI surveys that we gave city officials. Those are mostly meant, they have a little bit of a public facing side, but they're basically a blueprint on what we're concerned about in that area, how we're going to partner with the city municipalities on mitigation, and we could probably come up with a more public facing document for distribution at those meetings if it's so desired by council and city manager's office. I think that's it for me. I'm going to turn it back over to the chief to start talking about CAD to CAD. Next slide.
All right, so a little description on this busy slide here. So you'll notice in these colored polygons that these are the fire jurisdictions that are around us. So North Metro Fire is the yellow polygon, and then just below that in the blue is Westminster Fire. Moving off to the right is Thornton Fire in the tan, and then Brighton Fire in the green. And then moving downward, we've got Adams County Fire in the salmon color and South Adams County in the pink. And then very shortly in this CAD to CAD project I'll talk about in a minute, Fed Heights will join us as they connect to this CAD project. So I pulled up this map to show you how intertwined we are with the communities around us. And so if you see all those little icons that are a little different shapes, they're logos for our fire department, and they're on top of all of our fire stations. So North Metro has 7 fire stations. And then, you know, cities like Westminster have 6, Thornton has 7. So collectively, these 6 departments have 36 fire stations, a lot of fire engines, a lot of ladder trucks, a lot of brush trucks, battalion chiefs, and collectively, we have a lot of capabilities. In the past, these departments were not electronically connected. So at each dispatch center, you're only aware of your own resources. And so what we've been working on for the better part of a decade that is now a system that is live is technology that would join these dispatch centers together and allow us to operate like one giant fire department, even though we're 6 individual departments. If I could get the next slide, please. So this integration of the CAD to CAD hub, or this technology where we've got a hub in the center that connects our computer-aided dispatch systems of ADCOM and ADCOM dispatches, Northland PD, and and North Metro Fire, plus Brighton Fire, Adams County Fire, and South Adams County Fire. And then we have Thornton Dispatch, obviously Thornton Fire, Westminster Dispatch, Westminster, and Broomfield, which dispatches the other half of North Metro Fire. So we connected these 4 dispatch centers and soon a 5th with Fed Heights. And that capability is really tremendous. So you can imagine if a dispatcher receives a call at ADCOM and they're going to dispatch North Metro Fire, and we could have our Station 3 on the east side of North Glen not even available for a call in its own district because it's out on another call. And the closest resources would be Thornton Fire. In the past, that dispatcher would have to pick up the phone, call Thornton Fire, describe where the call's at. The dispatcher would enter the information, and hopefully Thornton has a unit that's closer than our other units. And so a lot of trial and error, and really that delay has been as long as 2 to 3 minutes. And certainly 2 minutes is the short time of how long that delay is to get that resource going. Now those systems are connected to where each center, we share the long lat of a vehicle when it's out traveling around that GPS signal. And each dispatch center is aware of the status of that unit, whether it's available or not, what its capabilities are. And then when they look for a recommendation for a fire and EMS call, it's going to pick the closest units regardless of jurisdiction. So no longer do borders matter in that instance. And it's going to equate to a lot quicker response and a lot better capabilities. So it's something I think I'm very proud of that we've done in the region. And I think you can see when Chief Bybee was talking about all the fire resources for Wildland, how that benefit of selecting the closest ones, and those units are receiving that dispatching information in the same manner as our units are at the same exact time. So really a significant upgrade to what we can do as a community. And it's just one more way I think we're better prepared, now than we were even at the time of the Marshall Fire, because we weren't live with this new system. So that completes our part of that presentation tonight. And I'll turn it back over to Amanda.
Amanda, can we take a few questions first?
Absolutely.
Okay, Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief. So I have a 2-part question. My first question is, the event like the Marshall Fire, would you consider that an act of God?
Boy, an act of God. Certainly it was a, it was a disaster, much like a tornado, and that the weather events were so tremendous, the way they impacted that fire. And then once you got a little bit of fire going, the energy of that fire created fire storms that are, everybody's seen the video, that is so, such crazy behavior that it is much like those natural weather disasters.
So in that circumstance where maybe you have limited resources, how do you prioritize? If you can, just for the benefit of the group, what are the priorities for the responders? For the responders, certainly. So when we're heading those fires, what we want to do is get quick control of the fire if we can, right? One of the quickest ways to save the most lives is to put a stop on the fire. If the fire is moving so quickly that we're really not going to stop it before it gets to the next neighborhood, then hopefully what we've done is the proactive things up front, where we've done some mitigation that helps create a little buffer and give us more time to control that fire before it gets into the homes. But it is amazing to know what those CAL FIRE, how you harden your own home, how much that means to a neighborhood, not turning into a conflagration of houses. I think, Chief McCabe can even give us a little more examples of behavior they've seen when they're witnessing that fire, and how it starts by a little bit of ash coming from outside that neighborhood
that runs into some leaves or some trees that are right next to the house, and how quickly that becomes a house on fire, and how that moves from property to property. And so I think now what we're hoping in that response is that we've given ourselves a better chance through our mitigation efforts, and then better training. And so the tactics involved inside a neighborhood that is really a conflagration of houses are different than we're used to deploying. And so we've had a lot of training on those tactics over the last, several months that help us be, better at response to more quickly stop it at, less houses, that are on fire. Because certainly at an event like that, there is going to be some devastation and some loss. Our goal is mitigation. We work with our partners, obviously, in the EOCs, police departments and communities, and they take over that evacuation property. So early notifications, evacuations are really important to life-saving efforts. And I think this fire, for many years, is really going to serve as a warning to take evacuation seriously and to not wait, and to get out of your house and move to a safe area. So I'm hoping we're in a better position response-wise. And we
so you're saying mitigation may not necessarily prevent some disasters of this magnitude, clearly, but it gives you a fighting chance in the response and to save lives. You may not save property. Is that a reasonable expectation that our residents should have?
Yes. I think our goal is first to save lives, absolutely, to save lives. Next is to save property. And I think properties will get involved, and it is a reasonable expectation that through our efforts, we can, through our training, we're better prepared to have less fire loss, even in those big conditions.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Goff.
Thank you. So I guess I'm going back to the Marshall fire again. Before it happened, was that area where all the homes damaged, do you know, was it like considered high risk?
I think it would have been considered moderate risk. I don't know. That area is a little bit on the higher risk for a statewide map that kind of has a lot of areas mapped out for where the risks are. It's closer to the mountains and the big open spaces. And so it's a little higher risk, but it's hard for me to speak to that community and what their risking was like prior to the fire.
Yeah, I guess bringing that up, it's just that I bet it wasn't considered like terribly high, because it's not like, as you were saying before, in the mountains where there's forests, but there was a great amount of devastation. And so just in thinking about North Glen and that it's not necessarily a high risk place, it's still, if something really strange like that happened again, we could possibly suffer as much damage. So it's just something we need to keep into consideration. And then the other question I had has to do with that, the way the property owners can sort of fire safe their house, or whatever that picture you had with how many feet back different things are. I have to say that with that, looking at that map, that would mean no shade trees. And I know there are a lot of people in my neighborhood that have swamp coolers on their roof. And if you don't have a tree to shade that, then when it gets, in the upper 90s, it really is not effective. I just cannot see people being willing in like this, North Glen, in a suburban area like we have, willing to cut down big trees that they, already have. So I'm not sure, what your response is to that, or how you weigh the pros and cons on that, but I might be curious to hear that.
So I think we agree with you. Nobody's looking to live in a concrete jungle and take away some of the beauty they have in their environment. I think just like they don't want to see, most people don't want to see all open spaces burnt to where it's black and not so attractive. So they don't really have those places to walk and enjoy nature. And so I think there's practical mitigation things we can do that don't include taking all that beauty out. I think in just 1 second, I'll ask Chief McCabe if he could add a little more examples, because he's our expert in teaching on that. But, lifting those branches a little and cleaning out leaves and those things that really create fire hazards. Some of the, that lower hanging fruit of those things that a little bit of work can go a long way. And I think I'll ask Chief McCabe if he can to weigh in on that topic.
Let's see. I'm coming. Hold on. All right. Yeah, Chief, thank you. I can add a little bit of information to that. So if you look at that FireWise program that we're pushing out, the CAL FIRE kind of started to build. It's the most important zone is that 5-foot zone from your foundation that surrounds your home. And like the Chief touched on, certainly cleaning out gutters, window wells, and really they've had a lot of studies that if you have healthy landscaping, green grass, healthy bushes, trees, those don't readily burn. They won't burn. If you put bark next to your home and we start getting embers into the bark, which can run up to your foundation and touch siding, that's where we run into that biggest problem. Certainly, I worked in North Glen for 18 years. If you go by that FireWise zones, you'd be into your neighbor's yard by the time you got to zone 2 usually. But so what we really want to educate the public on is just that immediate zone, 5 feet around, cleaning up all the down and dead limbs, stuff. You'd be amazed at the little things that could cause big fires. So that's the thing that we really want to focus on from our public education standpoint, like the Chief talked on, and it will kind of build out from there. We are sympathetic that North Glen yards are maybe a little smaller. They're a little more compact. They probably have older landscaping. It's going to take some work to mitigate for sure, but to prevent something like the Marshall Fire, where what you basically had was homes turned into fuels. Homes turned into, if you look at a forest fire where the fire's going from tree to tree, it basically went from home to home in the Marshall Fire. That became the fuels that we just couldn't contain. So if we can keep our landscape healthy, if we could keep everything kind of around our houses, cleaned up, it'll impact the safety of your home remarkably. We've seen it. We've traveled to California, Idaho, throughout the Northwest, and we triage homes the same way we triage people. If it's unfortunately a loser and you haven't done anything to mitigate it, then we're not going to spend a lot of time to save one home if we can save 90 homes. And I think that's the message we're trying to push out to people. There's a lot of layers to this, but that touches on that zone that Chief was talking about. So I'll turn it back over to you, sir, unless you need anything else.
Thanks, Chief McCabe.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Goff. Your 2 questions were the ones that were the top on my list. So good to know that our heads are in the same place on this. And thank you to North Metro for coming in and giving us such an in-depth presentation, an overview of all of the work that you all do and all of the ways in which you're constantly assessing our community and our areas for fire risks. I think that's really important for our residents to know that you all definitely have a pulse on areas of concern for the community and are regularly paying attention. After hearing the response to Councilmember Goff's question around, the reality that the Marshall Fire wasn't necessarily an area that was identified to be a high-risk area, that definitely raises my concern in that I wonder what we're doing around the Regatta area that has been identified as an area of concern, and if there are recommendations that you all have for how to proceed in working with the city of Thornton and North Glen to make sure that that area is mitigated, because knowing that there is multifamily housing over there, the impact could absolutely be devastating for our lower income residents. And I don't I don't want to be in a situation where we know that there's risk and we're not doing enough to make sure that it's mitigated. So would definitely welcome any conversations around ways that we can improve that area. But also, you know, I feel like the thing that we're not really recognizing here is just the reality that climate change isn't going away. And, you know, climate change played a huge role in the conditions that we saw with the Marshall Fire. And I don't want to leave that unsaid, because climate change isn't going away, right? Our summers continue to get hotter and will definitely impact future wildfires, as well as their intensity, as well as water and where it's distributed. And so I do have a number of questions, and I promise that I am getting to those. But was curious about, you know, based on the areas that you have observed, specifically around the Oscar Arnold nature area, because that's where I've got residents in Ward 4 that are really concerned. Are you confident that we could control a wildfire with some of the extreme conditions that we saw in the Marshall Fire? In particular, I know that folks are really concerned about some of the embers and blowing in and catching some of the homes on fire. And so I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about that and what you really see are opportunities over there for us to mitigate any potential impacts.
That sounds good. In a second, I'll let Chief McCabe address the specific mitigation that he's identified and working with Chief Bybee and Parks and Rec and what the plan is there. And I think, you know, maybe Amanda can help with what's been done already, which was part of your question. But there are some differences to this type of area and the resources that are in it, both fire resources. If you looked at that map, and you were to look at that map in a becoming more rural area that is Louisville, Lafayette, moving to that giant open space between Boulder. So the wildland open space is nowhere near as large. And so as it gets a lot of energy built up by burning across that large area, we don't have the same potential just by the size. We also have those areas really well surrounded by fire hydrants and good access for our fire trucks. So when we've got great water, and we can be on that perimeter, and we have quick response time of a lot of units. That again is the benefit of not only, I think, a well-staffed metropolitan area department like ours, but our neighbors as well, gives us a response that's much quicker, and speed is everything to put those fires out. And so we would dump a lot more resources on that fire a lot quicker than could have occurred in the area where that fire started. And so I think those things help us have a quicker control on the fire. So I've been with the fire district for 38 years now, and we've seen lots of open space fires that we've had pretty good control of. And the conditions always turn dry at certain times of the year with lots of fuels. So we've had fires, not the same wind behaviors, but fires. And I think we're much better prepared as an organization now than we were over the past many decades, right, to address that fire. So I think we've got good emergency, quick response and mitigation of that fire. And I think these efforts that we're working on now will help a great deal. I think I'll move that back to Chief McCabe for your specific question on those two zones in Ward 4.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. So just to talk about the Oscar Arnold area, I think it's important that at some point we need to realize that you can take that entire survey map that we did and you can shade that thing red. If we're going to have 85 to 100 mile an hour winds, that's not really what we build mitigation plans for. What happened in the Marshall Fire, what happened in Colorado Springs with Waldo Canyon, the Black Forest, the East Troublesome, those are fires that are wind driven. And the reality of those is that you can't stop. There's nothing you can do, to contain that weather event. That pushes fire, especially in the Marshall Fire. 85 mile an hour sustained winds is not something that we plan for. And so to take a step back a little bit, I believe personally that we are much better in the north area. We are much better prepared to handle a fire like we saw the Marshall in the Marshall fire because of everything the chief has just said. We are heavy on fire resources. I know the cities have been working to at least do some mitigation in the past. Now with the Marshall fire coming on, we're going to kind of maybe build out those mitigation plans. But we have been placing resources in place ever since really the Waldo Canyon fire and the Black Forest fire from a few years back. That kind of started us thinking a little bit differently. It's no different than kind of the active shooter thing with Columbine. That kind of changed the way nobody thought that someone was going to go into a school and shoot it up. So PD and fire changed our response to those. Now these fires, and the councilwoman's 100% right. We do need to address that, or at least kind of grasp the fact that climate change is real, that Colorado's fire season is no longer, the July to September. It's a year-round problem that we have. We are in a drought, regardless of how much rain or snow we may see, for a day or two. Our conditions are so dry around here that we have big problems. The Oscar Arnold area, we said it's a higher risk. The way we do our risk assessment, like the chief talked about, is obviously our number one priority is the community we serve. We're not going to go based on U.S. Forest Service risk assessment because we don't have 30, 40, 50-foot pine trees, beetle kill that'll burn, with that kind of heat and intensity. But we look at the community we serve. We decide what's a little bit higher risk. Oscar Arnold is a little higher risk because you do have that open space that hits, these fences that could, all fences tie into the structures. So we've identified that as it's a higher risk. We are worried because winds propagate out of the west, that could be an issue for us. Now we have response plans, and with this CAD to CAD, like the chief talked about, we can get so many resources there quicker than the Marshall fire did, just because proximity of the city of Westminster, Thornton, North Glen, Adams County, all this thing that the chief has built out over the years really does help us in containing these fires. I did say there's nothing you could do about like 80-mile-an-hour winds. We're going to lose structures, no doubt. Are there tactics that we could employ to save more structures than maybe we did in the Marshall fire? Absolutely. And that's why our guys are going through 130, 190. That's why we're placing brush trucks where they are based on these risk assessments that we're doing. We really do have some very highly trained wildland members on our team that we can get out quickly. We have 34 brush trucks that we could have on scene within probably 7 minutes, 8 minutes in a given area in the north area. So that's a big deal. That's much different than Broomfield County or Boulder County, where they have communication problems. They have a lot smaller departments. Some of them are volunteer. They're still waiting for people to show up. There's a myriad of problems out there. Those guys did a great job, and I'm not trying to knock what happened at the Marshall fire. They had obstacles to overcome that we don't have in the north area.
I have to say, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I thank you both so much for your responses. I feel like you really outlined the different ways in which our community and response times and resources is a very different situation. And I have to say thank you for really breaking that down, because our residents need to hear that. We need to hear that as a community, because we've been asked these questions around what are we doing for fire mitigation? And I feel like what you just outlined is just so tremendously helpful. I do have one more question, so bear with me. You were talking a little bit about yards and we've been starting to have a conversation on council around yards, and if we want to move towards zero scaping, because we've frankly, have a wide range of perspectives on what front yards should be. We've got some residents who really want to see, deep green yards and deep green turf, and that's the sign of, a neighborhood's vitality. Whereas you've got some residents that don't want to use water on their yards and have completely switched over to xeriscaping yards. And then you've got a whole lot of folks in the middle like me who, want to have a nice yard, but don't want to pay a big bill for green grass, but also don't have the time to go in xeriscape. So it's a little toasted at the moment, unfortunately, a little crunchy. But I guess I'm just curious, when you talk about yards and mitigation, I heard you say that when you bring in, the wood material, that's obviously not a good fire mitigation plan. But, how do we get this information out to our residents so that they fully understand what they can be doing for mitigation efforts, right? Like I saw you've got all of these great handouts and you've got all of this great information, but frankly, I've never seen any of it. And I know if I'm not seeing it and I'm an elected official, then my neighbor 2 houses down is definitely not going to see it. And so I just really want to figure out, I don't expect an answer tonight, but I really want to figure out how staff can work and partner with North Metro Fire to figure out how we are telling that story and how we are getting that information into the hands of our residents, because it's information that they need. And so I guess the last question that I want to share, and then I'm done, is do we have a written mitigation plan? Does it exist somewhere, whether it's a city mitigation plan or whether it's a co-plan that's written between or that's shared amongst North Metro Fire and our city? Does it exist? Where does it live? How often do we update it, and how is that shared with the community? Thank you.
I'll probably turn that one over.
Jump in.
I was just going to say that's probably a question for the mayor or the chief. I will say this, and then I'll end with this, and I'll turn it back over. That obviously mitigation, it's really like a 4-tiered system. The fire department, we do recommendations to the city and the homeowners based on what we see. The city then, whether or not they mow, they limb up some of their ladder fuels, they do that, but then it becomes a community thing. So, and finally, the public education piece, which is, I think, is the piece you're talking about, is probably the most important. How do we push out the recommendations from the fire department and that collaboration between us and the city out to the community so that they can do some mitigation work that obviously your Parks and Rec aren't going to go in and mitigate people's private homes. That's up to them. And that public education piece is probably it's probably the most important piece. And that's probably for our PIO, the mayor, however they want to push that out. But if one of those 4 things breaks down in a mitigation plan, whether the fire department's response plan doesn't work, or the city doesn't buy into our recommendations, or the community doesn't care, or public education doesn't work, then this whole thing fails. So it's just a collaboration between all of us. That's the one thing we've learned over the years of all this stuff. We can do all the recommendations. If people don't buy into it, then we're in trouble. So, Chief, I'll turn it back over to you or the mayor, or whoever wants to take this.
Well, I think Amanda wanted to jump in. Go ahead.
Thank you. In terms of written plans, it's really twofold. One is the WUI plans that the district has developed for each area that address how they're going to respond to those fires, as well as recommendations for how those can best be maintained, whether they're on city property or private property. And then the second piece on the city side is our open space management plan. So the open space management plan was developed, I believe, in 2004 and has been updated several times since then. I believe most recent formal update was 2011. Don't quote me exactly on that. And does include fire mitigation efforts, specifically the mowing of bands 8 to 10 feet from trails, as well as residential properties. We can absolutely update that to include the information that we've been provided through this process, most notably the 30-foot in those higher risk areas and identifying those higher risk areas at batting and at the regatta, as well as the removal of fallen limbs or downed trees. That's probably the area we have the least commentary on in our current open space management plan. Historically, we've left some of those as wildlife habitat, but this would be a recommendation to modify that practice.
Great. I have a couple more hands. Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I just would like to say thank you so much, Chief Ramos. Good to see you, and Chief McCabe and Bybee. I appreciate all of the information. And actually, Mayor Pro Tem Wilford is my Ward 4 counterpart, so I had a lot of the same questions that have already been answered regarding the Oscar Arnold open space. So I actually don't believe I have any other additional questions. Amanda also answered some of the questions I had. My concerns were around the regatta apartments, and we're talking about educating homeowners, but when it comes to multifamily housing and there's issues around there, they can't quite take matters into their own hands. So that was one of the things that I was most concerned about, which was brought up. And then the fact that I also live around the open space, and I know that sometimes, the weeds can grow very, very tall right outside my fence. So understanding, that possibly the city is looking at maybe expanding that mowing area, I think is a good plan. But other than that, I will not repeat what has already been asked, and I appreciate the information. Thank you. I think education is key.
Councilmember Jaramillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to say thank you to all the fire departments represented here now, and also everybody who helped deal with the natural disaster we had here locally. I have the utmost respect. I have family members who are in the fire department for Denver and for Brighton. And I've also had family members who have lost property in New Mexico, in Las Vegas. So what would your response be to the courageous individuals who would like to, throw themselves into the way of danger when, let's say, their property or their neighbor's property or their neighborhood is ablaze? What would your response be to those courageous people?
Oh boy, yeah, that's a great question, right? So people really want to protect their property and their neighbors, and sometimes they get in over their head. And so we've seen how quickly fire grows and how difficult it is to mitigate that. Certainly using a garden hose and taking care of a small fire and putting it out, it's exactly what somebody should do, right? Call 911, never delay that, but really get out. When you really see a fire growing, it's recognizing, based on some of these past experiences that I think have been enlightening for all of us, it's recognizing that you're not equipped to fight that fire. So I really appreciate when people are brave and they're helping neighbors, knocking on their doors, making sure they've heard the evacuation notice. I think those things are important. The community that's under evacuation looks out for each other. They're aware of neighbors who maybe have disabilities, and they've got plans in their community to help those people evacuate. So I think that's where I love seeing some of that brave, caring effort go, but it's still evacuate quickly, help those around you evacuate quickly. Don't try to fight the fire on your own.
Absolutely, and I'm sure this would be a great plug for the fire department to recruit some of those courageous individuals.
Yeah, and now if that's where you're going, we're always interested in. You know what? We really love seeing people from our communities, people from Northglenn, Broomfield, the areas we serve, applying for our jobs. So we're trying to do a lot better effort getting out and recruiting people. And, that's important to us. So we're always looking for great people. Our website gives great information on how you can become a firefighter at North Metro Fire Rescue. And we'd love to see more interest from our community members.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So Chief Ramos, I had one question. When the map of the Regatta Apartments was shown, Have we done, I can't quite tell, I think that's Thornton. And I'm just wondering, someone mentioned that there were multiple fires in the past few years over there. Is anyone monitoring the unhoused population that's living over there?
So the fire district doesn't really monitor. We're out and about a lot, and we have contact with homeless people. And I think, you know, the city of North Glen's getting some great programs going to help make those contacts. And maybe we can make that, you know, part of our joint education effort is really helping educate the homeless population and being aware of where they're really located, because knowing that helps us, you know, think about who's in harm's way. And I think it's something we've come to realize in open space in certain parts of our community, that we want to look at areas where we know people sleep and stay. And so we want to check on those areas. Like we do in a structure fire of a house, we want to make sure there's nobody in the way and we want to evacuate quickly. So I think we are paying more and more attention to where, you know, the homeless population lives, and trying to be very responsive to that, because that's a growing population and a growing risk in our community. That probably wasn't a great answer.
No, I think it's fine. I just wondered if if that was a root cause of any of the fires over there, and knowing that that was a red section. There's a path right there, and there are quite a few camps. As you know, was mentioned, the brush is really thick. It's very easy actually to have probably a safe, you know, under a tree, maybe away from the weather, place to stay. And so it is frequented. I just wasn't sure if there was a connection there.
Chief, can I weigh in on this real quick? Do you mind?
Sure. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Mayor, we so when I did the assessment around batting, one of the reasons that we did survey it as a little bit higher is we are aware there's a fairly large homeless population living inside the old reservoir bed. And I worked at Station 3 for a long time. We are well aware that they do have that homeless population down in that ravine. We've been in contact with PD a few times, and that is it is definitely known amongst the fire stations where those populations are, and certainly our response in there is we do have that life hazard that we have to deal with. I would say that a number of those fires that we've had recently have been started by the homeless population. It is a growing problem. We have probably not formally built response plans on that homeless population, but we're well aware of it. And just to touch on the regatta, we did assess that as a higher risk for a lot of reasons. The slope, right along the apartment building, basically the slope that surrounds it, the fuels, and the fact that it's an unsprinkled building. We understand that it's a higher risk. The population that live in there, we've built response plans. I'm 100% confident that I could tell you the reason some of those fires didn't get bigger is because a few years ago we decided to move a brush truck into Station 3 because we had the issues over at the Stonehawker area. We'd had a few fires there. The regatta was a higher risk for us, so we moved a piece of apparatus that we knew was needed in North Glen, and the response time from that to the regatta or into the Stonehawker area is so quick that we can knock most fires out fairly quickly. We can protect the structures in there. We have enough apparatus around there. So we have identified all those issues that you're talking about. Probably just not formally in a document, but we're certainly aware of them on the streets. The departments, the battalion chiefs are all aware of it. Certain station captains and all the lieutenants. So it has been addressed on some level anyway.
Okay, I appreciate that quite a bit. And again, you know, thank you so much for your time tonight and the presentation. We love to partner with North Metro, and you guys are the best. So thank you so much for being here tonight. I did notice, Amanda, that there are a few slides that are still left. Did you want to share those?
Can we talk just briefly about the last slide? I think the second to last slide, we've pretty much covered. But kind of some of our next steps and where are we headed from here? Just to wrap things up. So we really already talked about that piece. So this last slide with next steps, hazard tree pruning really help. That should be underway here in November, as soon as that ditch is turned off for the season. We want to, that really gives us that opportunity to implement the strategy of the laddering, right? That's something along Farmers Island Canal. And then in future years, as we're budgeting a larger sum to be able to address those issues throughout the city year over year. The next piece is coordination with Thornton. I did reach out to Thornton Parks and Rec Director. We have not had an opportunity to connect yet, but particularly at Batting Reservoir and Regatta. So Batting Reservoir, the reservoir area, the bulk of that is in City of Thornton. We both access through some of the same areas, and really want to make sure that our practices align with one another, that we've got good communication with the challenges that may be in that area. And then with Regatta, along the east side, where the buildings are closest to the undeveloped open space, where it's shaded in red, that's actually on some private property. So it really comes into play of how do we coordinate with private property owners and other municipalities. Our staff are working on new maintenance practices, specifically the removal of undergrowth, those downed limbs or trees, being able to limb those trees up when appropriate. And this will be an ongoing staff-led effort. Most of the mowing recommendations are already in place, but one of the things we can do a lot more of is that removal of undergrowth or removal of fallen branches. And then the final piece, we had previously worked with students from Regis on the Croak Reservoir project, and they came in and did a NEPA assessment of that site and really brought together the final recommendations that came forward on that project. Well, Tamara is once again teaching that class. She's one of our community members, and she asked for a project this year. So we have a group of students from Regis, again, that would like to look at particularly the Oscar Arnold open space site to see if there's any additional recommendations that they may have, taking all of what North Metro Fire Rescue District has shared with us and be able to provide an additional layer of review. So we're really excited to be able to bring that additional perspective to the table. Our ultimate goal is to make sure that we've got appropriate practices in place to reduce the likelihood of a fire, that North Metro Fire Rescue District has the practices in place to respond to a fire if it does happen, and that our community members feel really confident in both entities to be doing what we need to do to minimize that risk. One of the things we did not specifically add to this slide as next steps is that communications plan. And like Chief Ramos mentioned, we really can look at the Northland Connection, our board meetings, our social media opportunities to be able to share that information that North Metro Fire Rescue District is producing. So we can work with Diana and as well as North Metro to get that information shared on our channels as well as theirs. And then the final piece I have is just, again, I'd like to reiterate the thank you to everyone from North Metro for the work that you put in to get us to this point tonight, for helping us present. And then a slightly lighter note for providing EMS at Pirate Fest this weekend. Appreciate, again, just your ongoing support and willingness to be a partner with us in North Glen. And then before we wrap up questions, I know that we did not address the fire pit ordinance or fire pit regulations or a fire ban enforcement. I know, Chief, you provided a link to the website that the mayor is sharing now that may have some additional information. We can also work with our police chief and deputy chief to identify where we may be lacking ordinances and can bring those back to you at a future date. Can also respond to questions this evening if there's anything else specific you want to bring up.
So it seemed like this was a question. So I appreciate the sharing of the link to the website. Your website's great, by the way. There's so much information here. I would love it if we could share this website on our own social media. I'm sure we have at least once.
Yeah, we can get our PIO Sarah to work, with you guys, and I think that's our idea, right? So we have some of the great questions you've had about, what is a fire pit that's allowed to be burned, and under what conditions can you do that? If you go down here and you hear about fire restrictions under extreme conditions, a level 1 fire ban risk is that lower level. And there's not a lot of restrictions at that time. We don't authorize a lot of open burning, and that open burning stuff is bigger than the little recreational fires, right? It's something bigger than 3 feet by 2 feet, and it requires a permit. So we don't give a permit very often unless it seems like a safe operation. So those would be things like bonfires. And then you can go into the level 2. I know we've kind of gone really long tonight, so it's probably best that I leave a lot of this for you to be able to look around at the website. So there's the level 2 burn ban, and then that really gets under tight restrictions. We don't even want you to use that fire pit, nothing that's really burning. The only thing you can use is something like a gas propane stove that you can turn off right away, or a gas pit that one knob can turn that ignition source off. And so you've got that there, and it describes, what's legal and not legal and under what restriction. And, so hopefully that answers some of the questions that come up tonight, or give you a place to find that information easily. If you would you just back up, hit the back arrow once and go back to that homepage you were on, or click on North Metro. And so when you scroll down, you'll notice that we left 2 things, and we're keeping here intentionally on that homepage. If you'll go back right to where you clicked before, right there. And so we've got how we partner with the cities and what we're doing. So it's all the stuff we talked about tonight and what we're doing to do that risk reduction. You're going to find the FireWise program in there. You're going to find that video that we're talking about where Chief McCabe is, the main actor in that video, and it does the public safety announcement and the education. So going here covers a lot of what we did tonight, provides more information. And if there was a fire ban on that homepage, you would see that loud and clear. The restrictions we're under, with links right from the homepage, because this is, a topic of high concern today. So I think we can continue. There's that video we talked about. And, you can come to the site and take a look at it, and then we'll partner with the city to find best ways to share the same information between us and you on our websites.
Thank you. I see a couple hands. Brooke, you just popped in there. What would you like to know?
I just wanted to share with, good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to share from a code enforcement standpoint. We also handle fire pits, and typically we coordinate with the fire department, but usually if we receive one, we'll do an initial investigation. Based on an investigation, if it is not in compliance with the international fire codes, we'll coordinate with the fire department on any sort of enforcement action. I can tell you that over the last 11 years, we have very, very few calls for fire pits or illegal burn, but we do respond to those when they do come up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Kondo.
Yes, ma'am. While we have Chief Ramos on board, I thought would you mind putting in a shameless plug for Friday, October 7th, and potentially maybe October 20th, 21st, opportunity for us council people to come see your training facility in action?
Sure. Yeah, we've got a beautiful training center that's right there next to your water treatment plant off of highway, just north of Highway 7, and that center, we've, it's really an incredible place to visit. I know the city has used it before for some meetings for city council, but, we've set aside a couple dates and time where we get to showcase that center, and we're going to try to show you some interesting things and give some education. So we'll show you some of our burn props, some of those other things. And I think it's just a great chance for the city to have a look at that facility. And of course, the Northglenn Police Department uses the facility a lot. It's always there for the city to use as well, because we got some great classrooms. I know you've got a lot of those things in your own community, but sometimes it's nice to go somewhere else for that chance. But yeah, I'd love to see council members getting up there to have a visit and learn a little bit more about the fire district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Appreciate that.
I really do appreciate your time tonight. It's okay that it went long. It was tons of great information, and we just hope you have a great night.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Okay, our next item, the Vail Board residency requirement. City Manager Geyer will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. It's probably easiest if you pull up the memo. The second page provides the options for City Council. The reason this item is being heard by Council tonight is to be responsive to Councilmember Ashley Witkovich's request to have Council consider residency requirements. They have an existing board member that all of us know, Leslie Carrico, who has decided to move outside of the city and is a long-term serving member of the Vail Board, I believe 20 plus years. And so she is almost fully moved out of her home here in Northglenn. She still owns it, but has relocated partially to her new home up north, and does have an interest in remaining in service on the Vail Board if she is able to. And in order to do that, City Council would have to decide to change the residency requirement. Currently, all members of the board are required to serve, all members of the board are required to be residents, excuse me. And so to help guide Council in your conversation this evening, City Clerk Small put together a matrix so you can reference that. It's the attachment which breaks down which boards and commissions have residency requirements, which ones have a blend of residents and non-residents. And so for your use and reference, we've provided 3 options for Council's consideration tonight. And the first option is to keep the residency requirement and recruit for replacement, meaning that Leslie would not be able to continue service on the board, and her service expires, her term expires at the end of December of this year. The second option would be to change the residency requirement for 1 or more positions on the board. And Council, if you were to consider this option, could consider a criteria for a non-resident serving on the board that has some type of connection to the city. The third option would be to remove the residency requirement for all board members. We included that option, however, we're not recommending that option, but wanted to put it out there. That is a potential option if Council wanted to consider that. Jason Johnson, also known as JJ, our court supervisor, is here with us tonight, and he serves as a staff liaison to the Vail Board, and so he can help respond to questions and provide perspective on this topic. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mayor, for discussion and answer any questions.
Councilmember Goff.
Wow, that was fast. Okay, I just would want to say that I worked next to Leslie during the Pirate Festival this last weekend, and she is very devoted to Northglenn, spends a lot of time and energy doing things that benefit our residents. So I would think if there's some way that we could arrange it so that she could remain on the Vail Board, that would be well worth our while. And I do also appreciate that we don't want to just remove the restriction for the whole, so that the whole board could be composed of people who don't live in Northglenn. But I think what was that option 2? I think that's the one that, yeah, option 2 sounds good to me.
Councilmember Witkovich?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that, Councilmember Goff. I agree with you. I've known Leslie since I was appointed to the Vail Board back in 2015, and I've worked alongside her and volunteered with her at multiple events. She is very devoted to North Glen. And as I understand it, she's going to be continuing with her position on NURA, and she's also going to continue her efforts with the North Glen Community Foundation. So she is still going to be heavily invested in our city. And so if we were to go with option 1, which I think is a great idea, you know, that extra kind of criteria could be the individual must have some connection or be involved with the city in some way, so that we're not just getting, I don't think we will, but so we're just not getting folks that really have no interest in North Glen. And we've had this alternate member position vacant for forever. I think the last time it was filled was when Jordan Sowers was appointed to the Vail Board. That was quite a while ago. So we don't have a whole lot of folks that are volunteering for this board. So if we're able to keep Leslie, I think that's in the best interest of the board and also the city. So I would also go for option 2.
So I don't see any more hands. When I first read through this, I struggle because I think Leslie is a North Glen icon. I mean, she's served our city in a remarkable way, and she continues to do so. I just worry about the precedent that it sends if we start doing this on an ongoing basis. And when we look at any position, it's about the position. If we're making decisions like this, it's about the position and the board, not about the person. I think if we make this decision about the person, hands down, we let Leslie stay. I just don't know that that's our role, is to make the decision about the person. It seems to be that we're changing something for perhaps the wrong reason. That said, I will go with what council wants to do, and I do think it's amazing that she wants to stay on it even after moving. I just wanted to elevate that because that was the first thing I thought of. So, Mayor Pro Tem Wolford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I definitely feel very similar to what you just expressed in that I know that we've had conversations as a council about people that we really appreciate and want to honor, but I think it's really important that we separate the person from the position here. Leslie has, I think you said it best, Mayor. She's a North Glen icon. I mean, she has really invested in our community and has so much heart and love for this city. And at the same time, I want to honor and I want to celebrate her, and I want to make space for new residents and different voices to be included. I mean, I think she has served on the Vail Board for over 20 years, and that's tremendous. Like, that's a tremendous amount of service. And it seems like she is going to have other areas in which she can continue to be involved and engaged in the city. And so I guess I'm kind of falling in the place of, I just don't think it's a good policy to change our policy for one individual. And so I support the first option. That said, I do think it's time for us to have a conversation about our boards and commissions, around who is a part of them, how we are recruiting, how we are filling positions, when we're filling them, and how we're honoring the people for their service and their time, and what, if anything, can the city give in return? And so I think it's time to have a full conversation about boards and commissions. But tonight I would love to see us move forward with option 1 with the full disclosure that if council decides to go a different way, I'm going to stand behind whatever decision council makes. Thank you, Meredith, or Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Goff, is your hand up again, or is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so I'll just add this. The diversity board has 2 positions that are can be open to people who are not residents of Northglenn. Let's put it that way. They have to have strong ties. So, and the intention there was, and we have one person who works in Northglenn, and one person who went to Northglenn High School and had just recently moved out of Northglenn, but had a lot of connections still with the city. And so they've both been very valuable members to the team. So, I mean, I do understand that it's really important to, at some point, allow new people in. Then you have to balance that with, if you post the position and then nobody applies, then you have that issue. So I do think it is worth having like a real serious discussion about boards and commissions, and just as Mayor Pro Tem was talking a moment ago, I totally agree with that, the need for that. And I don't know what to say about this particular position, because it would be a shame to lose a valuable, experienced person, and I would hate to stick with option 1 and then not have applicants. So I don't know what to say.
Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is probably undoable because it sounds like a lot of paperwork or things you have to vote on later. But is it possible to do a hybrid between number 1 and 2, maybe to prove it this time around, but know that this is the final term? I know that it's a different kind of president, but is that even possible to do any kind of a hybrid like that?
I'm sure it is. I think I was thinking of something to the point of allow her to finish this term, and then have it open. But I'm sure Councilmember Walker that, I'm guessing Heather would say it's what council wants to do.
It would take, the only thing I'll add is it would require an ordinance change, an amendment, if you want to do some type of hybrid of option 2. And with that specifically, I need to talk with Corey and figure out what that looks like.
Did you want to elaborate on that, Councilmember Walker?
No, ma'am. I was just kind of pitching it out there, see what anybody else thought and if it was even doable.
Okay. Councilmember Lukman-Hiramasa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, that was going to be my suggestion, is if it's possible to at least let her finish her term since it expires in December, which is, we're literally 3 months away, and that would give an opportunity maybe to find a replacement. And I agree, she's wonderful. I also got to, stand next to her during the Pirate Fest, and I see her everywhere. So she's great. And I actually, I want to echo the fact that she deserves, recognition for serving this city with so much passion and dedication. And that means something. That does mean a lot. I also have to echo that feeling that, as I've even seen before, you can't really change, something for one person as much as you would like to. So I think that's important that, we take a look at that and also look at boards and commissions. I agree with that. But in the very least, if there's some way to at least let her finish out and honor the rest of her term, I think that would, maybe kind of be a happy medium. Not so necessarily a complete hybrid option, but at least to finish the term or until an adequate replacement is found, since we have seen sometimes, we don't get the applications that we hope to get. And if there could be some kind of hybrid for that, I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think about, I think it would be lovely if she'd be willing to serve to finish this term. I keep going back to the fact that we're making significant change on behalf of a person. And so to kind of piggyback on Mayor Pro Tem's idea, I do think we should dive in a little deeper to all of our boards and commissions, because we're starting to notice one at a time that they're very, very different. And that's sometimes creating questions and sometimes it's not. So we might find that we think they're all fine being organized 10 different ways, or we might find that if we streamline it, we can do a better job. So I'm not quite sure what that will be, but I do support the idea. of digging in a little deeper. I'm not ready to make this decision just really quickly, like just in a one night thing. So I would rather dig a little deeper into our boards and commissions. So I would be advocating for option 1, but allowing her to finish this term. So we have not heard from Ward 2 and Ward 3. Councilmember Jaramillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I almost started speaking again with it on mute, but I echo everybody else's sentiments. Love Leslie. She's been a great example of what an active member in our community is. I don't think we should set the precedent of changing everything, changing how we have people on the Vail board. I think that her term will be up in December, unfortunately. And I do believe that once her term is up, we should have some recognition from the city, whether that's some kind of award that we do or recognition with the Vail board for her contributions throughout the years. I just don't think it's in place for like a complete policy change that we have. And I just want to, express that I wish we could have her on. I'm sad to see her go, being one of my my Ward 2 neighbors. I'd love to have her here as an active member in our community, but a lot of exceptions can't be made. But with that said, I would say allow Leslie to have the end of her term through the end of 2022, and then we'll be thinking forward to who the next active member in our community will be.
Thank you. Councilmember Kondo?
Yeah, I'll just be brief. I am in favor of what Nick has proposed, but I think there needs to be some more staff work to do on that.
Okay, so that.
Not sure if you heard me. I'm in favor of what Nick proposed.
Yeah, I heard you. That just means that we don't have consensus. We have 2 people that have Nick's idea. We have a couple people that have other ideas. We have a couple people advocating for option 2. So I think we need to come to some sort of consensus for Heather tonight. You need some level of direction. Mayor Pro Tem Wolford.
Okay, just to clarify, Councilmember Walker's idea was in allowing Leslie to stay on through the end of her term. Is that what it is? And then moving forward with option 1? I'm sorry.
I don't know. Councilmember Walker, can you, because I thought you wanted something a little more hybrid. So could you describe that again?
Yes, yes, ma'am. What I was thinking was with his term, or her term finishing out, if we allowed her one more term going forward, but after that, draw the line to bring in new people, because her term is very short. So if we let her serve it out, I mean, it's only 3 months, so it's not really any chance to make any kind of an impact or anything like that, or finish up things that she wanted to do with the group. So I figured if we allowed one more term in kind of a hybrid approach, but then that's it. That's the line. And forgive me, the terms are, if they're 4 years, is that right?
3 years.
3 years. So she'd have 3 years and 3 months. And then that would be it. The residency requirements are back in place, bar none.
I think my only response to that is 3 months and 22 years. Like, as far as the impact that she's been making, it's not like she just started. And so I'm looking at the math going, wow, I think it's 23 years and 3 months. And I think that's why I went with just finish this term. But I hear what you're saying. So, but that does mean that we have different proposals on the table. So I think we need to take a minute and figure out. So what I heard at first was Councilmember Goff and Councilmember Witkovich seemed to be advocating for option 2. Councilmember Kondo, do you want to clarify, now that you have more information about Councilmember Walker's proposal?
Yeah, I still feel like Nick's idea is a good one. Or if the whole notion that 22 years is just too long, maybe it's not one extra term, maybe it's half of an extra term, something like that. Let's face it, there's this vacancy on here that's not filled for the alternate member, and now you're going to lose another person. And we all know how hard it is to find people who want to volunteer to sit on a commission or a board. It's like pulling teeth. So in this particular case, what we're trying to do is try and avoid a brain drain. And from the notion of looking at the looking at this Graves Consulting and the cost of losing talent, how much that affects organizations, I think it's sensible that we try to mitigate the losses of talent whenever possible, because it's hard to find people this day and age. Hard to find people willing to work for free.
Councilmember Lukman-Hiramasa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just trying to take in everything my colleagues are saying. I still, as much as I agree that we should appreciate and have some way to honor Leslie, I'm still leaning more strongly towards option one, with the possibility that at least she can finish out her term, because that's only 3 months. Maybe we don't need to change or do anything with our ordinance. And it's just getting back to, we've had discussions like this in which we've talked about for other boards that we can't change something for one person. And so if we're being consistent, then I think we should be consistent. And, and it just seems, it starts to get all muddy when we start talking about adding half a term or one more term in 3 months. And I just think it's to be clear and to be consistent that until we take a look at boards and commissions and their structure, that option one is probably what I support going with maybe having her at least be able to finish out her term. Give her that much. But I just wanted to reiterate that's where I stand, because I know you were asking for clarification.
No, I appreciate it. And to my count, I believe there's 4 of us that agree with what you just said. Councilmember Witkovich.
Okay, if there's 4, then what I have to say probably doesn't matter. I did want to say that I still stick with option 2, but if we are talking about the position and not the person, opening up that criteria to non-residents could make it easier for us to fill the position once Leslie does leave, or if I were to leave, or if Joyce were to be done with the bail board. So that's just another thought. If we're not thinking just about Leslie, we're thinking about the position. It could help us with a board that's been difficult to keep fully staffed.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know that we have an answer. So Heather, I'm not quite sure how you want to move forward. I mean, if we table it, what is your response to that?
You could table it, certainly. Her term will expire at the end of December. So I think no decision is a decision, that the current protocol is what you would follow, unless you provide direction otherwise.
Ashley.
But the current protocol would make her or require her to resign once she's done living in North Glen. So I will support at least letting her finish out her term if that gets us any closer. But
is that something that has to be changed in the ordinance, or is that just like a gentleman's agreement?
I would say we could probably find a way not to do it in the ordinance, because this is specific to a person, that perhaps Corey might be inclined to want to have council take that action via resolution. I can have a conversation with them, and then we can bring something forward if it needs to be formal, or I can let council know if we can informally do that.
Okay. Well, I mean, even after, especially after Councilmember Lukman-Hiramasa spoke, I'm 100% with her on that. I think it's super hard when we know the person. but I don't think it's our role to make a decision in that way. And that makes me uncomfortable. And so as much as I really like her and I appreciate her service, and I do know that it's hard to recruit people, I think we have to work the process until we take the time to dig into all of our boards and commissions. It's just, we don't have the time. And I just think it's a bad idea to start making quick decisions like this. So I'm still there. I know a couple people are still on the other side, and a couple of people have new ideas that are not on the list. So I think we're probably in a place where we need to just table it. Councilmember Goff, did you want to add something?
My only addition would be that if we don't get enough people to agree to change, to make one position on this board, like open to people who just have a connection to the city, then I would go with option one. I don't think we need to get in any more complicated with like giving her an extra term or, you know, things like that. I would just go with maybe like posting the position, and it's going to take 3 months to get enough applicants, and so let her finish out her term, or however it is that Heather's going to work this out. I mean, I would love to be able to keep her, but I do hear the arguments, and so I don't know if it helps for me to say that I'm okay with option one or not, but
I think it does. Councilmember Witkovich, is your hand just up from before? Okay. I mean, being okay with it, I think, as Heather mentioned, though, if we're not moving toward option two because there's not enough support for it, no option two is a decision. It's kind of a weird way of phrasing it, but that is kind of where we are. So it sounds like, Heather, that the direction to you might be check with Corey to see how we could allow her to finish her term and get back with us.
And then we already have a future discussion item on the tentative future agendas to talk about board and commission diversity makeup, as well as compensation. So I think we can wrap the other piece that Mayor Pro Tem brought up tonight into that discussion as well.
I think that could be a significant study session if we're pulling all of that. That could be like a standalone study session of content to make sure that we are, you know, really looking at everything that we need to know.
Absolutely. I'll note standalone. So I won't
okay.
Other item.
Okay, thank you.
Sure thing. Yeah.
Okay, well, the next one is the CASA letter of understanding. This is also being introduced by City Manager Geyer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we're bringing this item back to you this evening. There was a gap in time from when Lindsay and Abby first presented this item to Council. It was back in November of last year. And so they have kindly updated materials that are included in your packet, and both Lindsay and I believe Abby are with us tonight. I see them both on the screen. So they're here to answer any questions. They won't be making a formal presentation to you this evening. The reason this item is coming back to you this evening is because it parallels the 2023 proposed budget process. And if council does want to decide to move forward with the letter of understanding funding request that they're making for $25,000, then Jason and I would like to go ahead and wrap that into the proposed budget for when we bring that forward for public hearing on October 10th. So there's two options that Lindsay has put forward for council's consideration. Option one is an option that is specific to a contribution at the level of $25,000 that is a separate contribution by the city in addition to the existing bail board funding and the existing OAF grant funding, as well as sponsorship funding. And I've outlined what those, the history of those funding amounts look like on page 2. Option 2, which staff doesn't recommend, is what I guess you could refer to as an all-inclusive package, where you'd wrap the $25,000 contribution plus the existing contributions based on those other buckets of funds Staff's not recommending those because right now, the way our programs are designed, outside agency funding program is a standalone program with two components, the sponsorship component and then the grant funding component. And then Vail Board, and those funds come from the general fund. The Vail Board funding comes specifically from the $10 fee that's assessed to citations. Separate board from the OAF committee of council members that make those decisions. As we were just having that conversation about the Vail Board composition. And then the piece about this $25,000 ask in relationship to the OAF program is it's above in terms of the amount that program can sustain. And so that's a consideration that council may want to have discussion around this evening. The other piece that I want to elevate for council's consideration, and I did provide Lindsay with a heads up about this, when taking a closer look at the ask for volunteers from the city on an annual basis, I understand the approach in terms of trying to engage a volunteer on an annual basis. So if you think about it from a 10-year horizon, that we'd have 10 actively engaged volunteers from the city. Based on our current volunteer policy, I don't think there's alignment there. And that is a significant staff time commitment that as manager, I'm not in a position to make given our resource allocation. And then considering equity to other volunteer programs and nonprofits. So the question before council this evening is whether or not you want to move forward with option 1 or option 2, if you're so inclined, which is a $25,000 direct contribution to CASA, which would be outside of the OAF program, the Vail Board funding, and then again with OAF sponsorships and grant contributions. So there's two pieces there that are outlined in the staff memo. I did email council, and this was my oversight, so I apologize for this oversight. I did email you information in greater detail in terms of the organizations that Vail Board funds. So I emailed that information to you late this afternoon, and so that gives you a reference point on what organizations Vail Board is funding. They will, by the end of the year, probably have about $75,000 remaining and available. They're not doing a grant cycle next year. They did do a grant cycle this year, so you see that information reflected in the email. So I'll stop there and open it up for council discussion and questions.
Councilmember Witkovich.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify one item about the Vail budget. We do actually have funds that are considered our reserve. And right now, at the end of July, that totaled about $48,000. So as of right now, the unencumbered funds that Vail Board has is about $45,000. And I wasn't around when the decision to have a reserve was decided, but the idea was one day maybe to do a special project. Those funds are also available for one-time grants that we offer. So sometimes the police department will come to us with an ask for training or something like that. And that's what those funds are. So we do have that much money, but about $48,000 is in reserve. Just want to throw that out there.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess when I think that we're giving $25,000 to Ralston House, I feel like if there's any way at all that we could somehow, from different sources, make sure that CASA gets $25,000 a year. I would go for that. So it could be maybe the city in our budget, we're giving them, I don't know, $15,000 or something. And then they request the difference from CASA or something along those lines. But I do think that it's a very worthwhile cause. Even if we could, like wave a magic wand and give them the $25,000, the $48,000, whatever, it's probably not enough. So, I think we have a lot of children in North Glen that receive benefit from this, and we probably have more that could if they had more money. And honestly, volunteers. But I agree with Heather that it's really hard to expect staff to take a volunteer for this, especially a new one every year. It's a very challenging position, and a lot of people aren't, really. I don't want to say capable, but maybe qualified or interested or have the time to give to something like this. So I do also hesitate. I mean, I wish we could somehow find volunteers every year for them, but we're having trouble finding them for the Vail board. So I don't think that that's going to be a possibility. But I would like to give them more funding.
Heather, can I ask a question? Because I'm looking at the memo and then I'm looking at the email about Broomfield's commitment, and those numbers aren't the same. Do you know why that is?
That's a great question for Lindsay to respond to. My understanding, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, it's based on the number of children within the community. So Lindsay, I had shared with council that Broomfield's commitment is at $11,000 plus the luncheon sponsorship.
No, that's not right. So their commitment's at $15,000 currently, and that doesn't include that's just their LOU. That doesn't include the grants, the Broomfield Health and Human Services grants, which is at $11,000 additional. And then they have event sponsorships on top of that as well. So they surpassed that. And I'm so sorry, I'm not quite sure exactly if those are just the funding numbers you're looking at, but what Heather just referenced was I did outline gap in services, and then children served by municipalities as well. So just to try and let you know where there might be differences, but monetarily, that's how Broomfield is set up.
So question, I mean, I'm looking at the Broomfield document and it says 11,300. So is that, I guess I just don't understand why the number's different.
I'm so sorry. Are you saying you're looking at the Broomfield LOU?
I think that's what this is. It was the attachment we were given. Yes.
No, I don't think you are. I think you're looking at a grant because Broomfield is at 15,000.
Okay.
Their LOU, which
we were sent. It said the agreement goes from January 1st to December 31st.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound like the LOU to me. But I can send it over real quick too. Okay. I can certainly pull it. I have my computer up, so that's
They're
no
just
problem.
Conflicting documents. I don't know that it truly matters. I just happened to notice the numbers were different. So
I'm betting that you're looking at one is a grant and then the LOU is a different document in totality.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a Lindsay. Sure.
Sure.
What percentage of your funding comes from municipalities in your overall budget?
Municipalities?
Or cities, counties?
Is that what you said? City. Sorry, I'm hearing a separate noise. I don't know where it's coming from. But the overall that comes from that, I would say it's probably right around. I don't have the total breakdown yet. We're finishing our audit for last fiscal year, but we are in recent past, I would say it's right around 11%, 12%.
Okay, and where does the other majority of your funding come from?
Yeah, great question. So a big majority of it comes from grants outside, so private foundations, corporate foundations, that type of thing. That's about a third. Another third comes from our big events and campaigns that we hold throughout the year. And then we also have individual donations as well. We do receive about 10% that's legislative, but that's through the state office and it's dispersed through all of the other programs.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess I have been thinking about this quite a bit because I, am a big fan of the work that CASA does and know that it's tremendous and really impressive. On the other hand, I think about it from a city council perspective and as a steward of our budget. I guess I just want to share with council that I don't know that I can get on board. And I don't know that I can get on board for a couple of reasons. One is there is a great amount of need across our community in all different in all different sectors. And I don't know that I feel comfortable investing in one organization outside of the OAF process as well as outside of the VAIL process. I think that it creates this almost like a slippery slope and sets this precedent where council can be approached and we, will give outside of those two venues. I think, you think about organizations like Colorado Coalition for the Homeless and the amount of work that we've been doing with our homeless population, and who's to say we're not approached by an organization that works on homelessness that says, hey, we can help you solve this problem if you give us this amount of money, this amount of years. And I don't know at what point that stops with organizations coming to us asking for contributions. And I hate to say, I hate being that person in this conversation because I used to do nonprofit development. And so I understand how much work goes into fundraising and, identifying sustainable pockets of money for an organization that does such incredible work. I don't know that Northglenn can always fill that gap. I think the other thing that I'm frankly a little concerned about is, is locking council into a commitment year after year when we don't know what our financial obligations are going to be. We don't know what the economy is going to be. And so that gives me a lot of uneasiness saying that we're 100% committed in that way. And so I guess I, again, love this work, but am not on board for an LOU. I'm not on board for an ongoing commitment. But what I am on board for is continuing to support CASA through the VAIL board, as well as through the outside agency funding board. And I appreciate all of the work that you do, and am just really interested in what the rest of council says. And this has been really difficult for me to reach a decision, but that's where I am, and that's what I wanted to share with council.
I do understand that. And I just appreciate you sharing your thoughts too and asking those questions because, that's something that I feel a lot. So I really do appreciate that. And I do understand your concerns about supporting the organization and how to differentiate, who and the why. The one thing I would say philosophically back to that is that while, yes, you're supporting CASA organization, you're really supporting Northglenn kids. We really did delineate out Northglenn kids for that. So you really are, by supporting us, supporting those. And then the just other piece that I just wanted to know, to be brief, to flag for you is that Heather did, City Manager Geyer did flag to make sure we put in verbiage that it is not a year, although it says 10 years, it is dependent on council for year over year. So it's not something that you guys are tied to, I would say. Year over year, it's certainly something that is subject to change, and we made sure that verbiage was included. So I just wanted to answer those two quick items that you flagged, but I'll let the discussion continue unless there's something else for me directed towards me.
No. And I appreciate that. I do. And I also know, though, that the number of kids that are going to be served in Northglenn will likely fluctuate. And so for sure, we can lock ourselves into a dollar amount. And I also worry that, you all are going to work really hard. And at the end of 10 years or, 5 years or whatever it is, it's going to be a whole lot easier to come back to us and say, well, look at this extraordinary work we've done. Give us 50,000. And I just don't know that that's the role of local government, frankly, is to fill that gap. That's unfortunately just where I am. So anyway, interested to hear what other colleagues have to say.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm only going to jump in. I see a couple other hands because I 100% agree with everything that you said. And you said it so eloquently that I'm not going to repeat it. Every single word that came out of your mouth was exactly the thinking I had. So I agree with you. Councilmember Walker?
I was just going to echo what she was saying and what you said, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Witkovich?
Thank you. I'm doing the exact same. Jenny or Mayor Pro Tem Wilford said it perfectly. And I am sorry if I missed it, but I don't believe that we have any sort of LOU like this for any other organization. Is that right, Heather? Okay.
No, we don't. We have created the expectation with the Westminster Rotary Club that they come back and report out on an annual basis in the form of a letter, but not as formal as a letter of understanding.
Okay. Okay. And from my CASA packets, I just wanted to throw out a number there. From their year-end report, CASA reported that in 2020, they served 24 children in North Glen. So I'm not sure what it will be after this year, but I don't know if that was said or not. So I just want to throw that out there. But yeah, I agree with what everybody has said already. Thanks.
So we still need to hear from a few more council members. Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just trying to listen to what everybody thinks about this. You know, I do feel what Mayor Pro Tem is saying. I wouldn't feel comfortable in engaging in an LOU for, you know, that, even though it isn't like a firm commitment. But I also want to make sure that we continue to support the fact that this goes straight to our North Glen kids, and even 24 kids at 1,200 kid is like 28,000. So, you know, what does that look like and how do we continue to support them? I guess is still kind of the question that I have. So I might get back to you on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I say here, I listened to the opinions of everybody, my esteemed colleagues. I think that perhaps maybe there's a middle ground here, like Dr. Goff had suggested. Maybe it's not 25, but maybe 15. You know, when I read this material, you know, I understand it's about $1,200 per year to underwrite CASA activities. And from what I recall going to the fundraiser last week, you know, a CASA might cover 2 or 3 people. So, you know, the fact that maybe we're not having at $25,000 level support 20 CASAs, maybe we have, you know, something closer to like 10 or 12, and that can help 24 people. And that certainly still helps to close the gap, right? I mean, we're talking about potentially 70 children with only 24 being served, you know, so that's about 56, rough math in my head, or 46 rather. So, you know, any little bit I think would be helpful. And if it's non-binding and it's every year that we have to make a decision, go, no go, I'm okay with that.
So Councilmember Kondo, what that makes me think of is back to our outside agency funding committee. And it was just a couple of years ago that council wanted to, there was a budget proposal to increase our OAF budget. We had a lengthy, robust conversation about $15,000. OAF balances the money, as Mayor Pro Tem said, to all sorts of agencies in our community. And what is coming next is our proposed budget for 2023. And looking at that information, that's another reason. If we were going to do what you're recommending, I would say then it just stays through OAF, and the outside agency funding committee can use their budget to figure out how much to give to CASA each year. I stand by the fact that I think a separate decision and a separate flat amount for 10 years is not something I can support. Councilmember Goff.
Thank you. Yeah, what I was going to mention is possibly, although if you're talking about this lengthy conversation, of increasing the budget for the OAFs and letting them decide. I mean, it sounds like there are years when more North Glen children are receiving services than we are actually directly, you know, contributing to, because they have other sources of money to help, you know, pay the costs. And then some years possibly we might be paying for, you know, towards maybe another community because we don't have as many kids that need it. But overall, I think that, you know, the benefit does balance out. So I'm not so much worried about, you know, the fact that maybe some year we don't use all the money that we're giving them for North Glen, because they're certainly going to use it for a needy child. So I'm still interested in figuring out a way to, it doesn't, I mean, I guess to me, this whole thing about trying to guarantee a certain amount for a certain period of time, I could let that go. But I do think that, looking at the numbers that, so for example, the Ralston House gets, I think we should increase the amount of money that we are contributing to CASA. That's all. I'm just kind of comparing those. I mean, they're both very vital and important, and I don't want to say one is more important than the other or anything like that. But there is a lot of need in our community for these kinds of services, whether it's through Ralston House or CASA or something else entirely. And the more that we can contribute to that, I think the more our residents are going to benefit. So that's all I'm going to say on that for tonight, I think.
Councilmember Jaramillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to have it on the record that I do support all the efforts that CASA does and Ralston House for what they do for children in our community. But I thought it was going to be a really easy question to answer with us talking about Vail. I don't understand how they cannot work hand in hand. I'm sure I don't completely understand the relationship there. Or, I mean, in an ideal world, it'd be like we can just allocate some funds from the reserve that we were just talking about to CASA or Ralston House. But from what I've heard, that's something that we can't do. I would love to be able to have that if that's possible. But I mean, I just want to, since we spent so much time talking about Vail and what their mission is, aren't they basically for these kinds of services? I mean, that's open to the experts in this field or council members who may know more about this than I do.
Councilmember Whitkovich.
Thank you, Mayor. My position hasn't changed. I still don't support an LOU, but I did want to mention the $25,000 that goes to Ralston House. And it says in the memo, if funding is available and improved, they're not going to be getting it next year because we're not going to be offering funds. They got $25,000 because that's how much they asked for, and everybody else, the whole total was within the money we had to give. So CASA is more than welcome to request more. And I believe we had a conversation with them about why they had not asked for more. But that $25,000 to Ralston House is not guaranteed every year. So, I'm really not comfortable making guarantees in any amount for any organization. Thank you.
So we're winding down. Councilmember Lukman-Hiramasa, did you want to jump back in, or do you have any other questions?
No, I was on the OAF for a little bit, Madam Mayor. So I can agree with what Councilmember Whitkovich just said, because I do remember funding requests coming through. So I do feel strongly that they should, as Councilmember Whitkovich mentioned, they should ask for more if they need more. And then, it can attempt to be funded that way as everybody else goes through the same process. I hear that. And I understand that, so I do agree with that, but also feel strongly that we continue to support them. If it's through the OAF, then that's great. Then, hopefully they get on board and request early in on the process. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So by my count, we have 3, 4, 5. Councilmember Jaramillo, did you want to, you had that question, did you have an official vote?
Let me review the 2 options again. I went back to what Vail was about, just I thought that would have been fitting since it's the victim assistant in law enforcement. I mean, I don't know if there's a way that they can contribute, but well, I think the one-time contribution would be okay. I don't know if we can say we're going to do it year in and year out, if that answers the question.
Well, I think I go back to the outside agency funding committee and why it was created. And it was so this very thing did not happen because this could continue. And we've had other requests. I mean, if we go back a little bit, we had cheerleading requests. Not that it's the same, but the process is the same. And that's why we have an outside agency funding committee. So to Catherine Goff's point, if we need to increase the budget for OAF so that they can make that decision, then I think that's what we do. But going into this just isn't good. This just isn't a good decision for council. After we have all agreed that CASA is a worthy organization, that is not the point. It's just, this is not how we operate financially. And so I think we can continue to say our outside agency funding committee is where you can find those funds and continue to apply for them. And then as a council, through our budget process, if we want to allocate more money to OAF, then we can do that. But they're two separate things. And just a message to council, we're going to have to tighten our purse strings in about 5 minutes. So this is a really hard conversation to have right now, because if we had a ton of money, you know, we would love to let OAF sort through that and figure out which organizations to support at which level. But I don't believe this is something we should move forward on. I'm not hearing anybody strongly advocating in a way that is swaying anybody. So I feel like we're fairly close to consensus on this. Is there anyone who wants to speak again for option 1 or option 2?
Yeah, I would like to support CASA going through OAF in the future.
Okay. I do believe that's where we have landed in this conversation. So Heather, I think we're ready to move forward.
Yeah, I have direction. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay, we're going to move into the proposed 2023 budget. And it starts with the compensation plan. Lori Graves with Graves Consulting is with us, as well as I can see Tamara Dixon just appeared. Welcome. And I believe, do we have a presentation? Yes, I will pull that up for you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So Lori, I was going to introduce you, but I think the mayor just did for us. So glad to have Lori back to present the results of our 2022 compensation market analysis, which we began with you in July of this year. And so I'm going to turn it over to Lori to give the presentation of the final results.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Tamara, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me take time out of what has been a very busy study session so far this evening. So the good news is I don't have as many slides as maybe some of the presentations that you've seen, and I'm going to try to be cautious with your time, but obviously this is an important topic, and I'm sure one that is near and dear to each of your hearts. And so we will go through this. I will do my best to pause as we go to, if there are questions along the way, whatever is the easiest way to handle that. So if you would just advance the slide, thank you. So just as a reminder, this is the same information that we shared when we were there earlier this year. You know, the project, the intent of the project obviously is to allow the city to continue to recruit and retain. I think key emphasis being on retain talent. And one of the key ways to do that is to ensure that you're paying competitively to market. When we do that, though, we also have to make sure that at the same time we maintain internal equity, that we provide paths and career progression so that people can see an appropriate level of sustainable wage growth. Those were certainly our goals as we worked on this project. And our scope is simply to provide the recommendations to update your pay structure based on the analysis that we completed, pulling data from a defined market that's appropriate for the city, and we'll share what that is, and then to share our recommendations both for implementation of this and for ongoing maintenance. If you'll go to the next one. So as an overview of the deliverables, I'm going to have to rearrange my screen here a little bit because it's covered up. Okay, there, that's better. Obviously, we began this project by reviewing and analyzing everything that existed within the current state of your wage structure. This is the first year that we've worked with the city, so it was really important to make sure that we were very familiar with everything that was current state. We had a discussion about defining the market with which the city wishes to compare itself to ensure that that's an appropriate view of the labor market. Then we looked at existing wage survey data that was collected from relevant, valid market studies, primarily those studies being from the Employers Council and from Colorado Municipal League. Using all of that data, we are recommending a redesigned pay structure for the city, and then also recommending placement for each of the city's positions within the structures that we've created. And we'll go through and show all of that information as we go. In addition to that, it was our intent, and we did provide analysis and recommendation for how this could be implemented, what the costs would look like, obviously working closely with your internal team. As we do that, we looked at internal equity. We did an analysis under the Colorado Equal Pay for Equal Work Act to ensure that there was not any issues there. And then looking at things like pay compression, which obviously has always been an issue, but is getting to be more and more of an issue as labor rates have been increasing pretty rapidly. And most of what we dealt with through this project was base pay, but we did also provide a high-level benefit plan comparison, and we have the results of that to share as well. So of all these deliverables, the good news is we find ourselves here at the last step, which is presenting results, and then we'll be providing a comprehensive final report following this. If you'll go to the next one. So this is just an overview, and I believe this is the same information we shared before of the cities, towns, and counties that are included within the definition of market for the city of North Glen. And really these were created because within Employers Council, they break out their member organizations into areas. And what we used was both the Northern Colorado and the Denver Boulder regions from that survey. So while these are the municipalities that are included, know that we did also include applicable special districts that are in those same areas and private sector data that they collect from that same region, because we know there are a number of positions that exist within the city where you're not really just competing with other municipalities for that talent, you're competing with the private sector as well. You'll move on. So process and methodology is kind of grounding in what we did. When we pulled information from those surveys, what we were pulling were actual wages being paid to employees in those organizations that are doing similar work. So we weren't simply just comparing one organization's pay range to your pay range and saying, okay, it's ballpark. We were pulling actual wages being paid. And to ensure that we really understood what each of those roles looks like at the city, we had extensive meetings one-on-one with all of the department heads and talked through every single position that exists. Because we know that no matter how familiar we are with municipal positions, every organization sets up their positions a little differently, has different expectations. You may have a higher certification or experience requirement than others. So when we pull this survey data, we do go in and make adjustments to account for things like that we see our uniqueness within some of the roles, right? Sometimes it might be a blending of two benchmark jobs together, or it might be benchmarking a job and then scoping it up a little bit to account for some of your additional requirements. And our goal is obviously to match as many of the city's positions as possible to this external data so that what we end up with is a market average for each position. And it's that market average that we use in both designing your pay structure and placing the positions on it. You'll move forward. So just as a bit of a current state, right now, the city has two pay structures. You have your general government, which is basically all of your positions other than sworn police, both full and part-time. You have a structure for that. Those are what we call open range pay structures, meaning there is a minimum, a midpoint, and a maximum, but they are not predefined steps along the way. They're open range plans. There's 17 different pay grades that range from 30% wide to 50% wide. And width simply refers to the distance from the minimum of the range to the maximum, right? So how wide that range is. And one of the key things I want to point out in this current structure is that the grades that you have on the current structures are not equidistant apart from each other. So in other words, there could be a gap as small as 4% between two pay grades or as large as 16%. Because really what's happened is that jobs have been kind of grouped together by market value, and those grades have been moving separately from each other, which means they don't all stay the same distance apart. And I know this sounds like a detail that doesn't matter, but it actually does matter quite a bit in the administration, because when it comes time for a position to be upgraded, moved to a higher pay grade because that market value has increased significantly, you want to know that there is a set distance to get to the next pay grade. It's not going to vary from, oh, it's a 4% increase to put them at the same place in the new grade, or it might take a 16% increase to get them to the same place. We like to see them equidistant apart. You also currently have a step plan for your officers, but sergeant and above were all open range on that separate pay structure. So this is current state. If you'll scroll to the next one, we'll talk a little bit about what we're recommending. So what we're recommending is not dramatically different. You're still going to have all of your non-sworn police positions on one general government scale. Not a huge difference in the number of pay grades. There's 21 total pay grades and ranges where there was 17 before. They are similar in width in that the bottom of the range, the lower paying positions are narrower at about 30% wide, and they move all the way up to 50% wide at the top, which is a pretty traditional compensation best practice. One of the reasons why it's really important to have some of those lower end grades be narrower is because when you narrow a pay range, it both brings the minimum up and the maximum down. So it makes sure that you have a minimum rate that is usable, right, is a number at which you could actually reasonably hire someone. And you also don't have a maximum rate that is unattainable, right? So it makes sense to structure them that way. And again, the way we built this is that all of the grades are 10% apart for consistency. And as they move in the future, they will all move together. So you would keep that consistency. The police sworn non-exempt step plan, we created a step plan both for officer and for sergeant, and we did reduce the number of steps on your officer plan. It had 6, and we've reduced that down to 5. And then we put sergeants on a step plan that previously weren't, because that is really the norm within law enforcement in this area. The sworn leadership position, so anything above sergeant, would go back and sit on that same general government scale as other leadership positions within the city. Okay, if you'll move forward. So this is a graph of what the current situation looks like. It's kind of one quick visual way. If we had to sum up our analysis in one graph, one of the reasons we produced this is we're looking at 3 specific pieces of information. That those blue dots and the blue line represent the current rates that each of your employees are earning. So if you look across the bottom of that graph, those numbers from 90 to 140 to 190, those are simply pay grade numbers. So as you move from the lower pay grades to the higher pay grades, and then obviously on the other axis, you see dollar amounts. It's not formatted as a dollar, but those are dollar amounts. So this is showing the current rates of your employees, and then it's graphing 2 other pieces of information. The 2022 market average data that we pulled, that we were just talking about from the survey for each of these positions. And then the gray line, which you really can hardly see because it's almost on top of the other, that is the midpoints of the new ranges that we're proposing. So what you see from this is that we have built a pay structure that has the midpoints of the pay ranges almost perfectly aligned to market, so that you would be able to place any position into a grade that has a midpoint very similar to the market average for that job. So that alignment you can see is exactly what we were going for. That blue line, really all that's telling you is that current rates, almost all of your current rates are below midpoint of the ranges that they're in. Some of them actually below range minimum of the new ranges that we're proposing. So there is a bit of a gap there between your current rates of your employees and the current market rates, which is probably something you anticipated and why you engaged in a comp study to start with. So that's kind of just a visual summary slide. If you'll move forward to the next one. So what we're recommending, before we get into a lot of the details, we'll just kind of hit the highlights and summaries. We're recommending implementation of the new pay structures that we talked about, which I will show here in a minute. You'll see the actual pay structures, and some equity increases in 2023. So that, along with the merit budget comes in at a total cost of just over $2 million. And I'm not going to spend too much time expanding on that number because I know you have a full budget presentation coming after this and you'll be digging into that more, but just to give you kind of the big picture. This ensures that both the sworn plan for your police officers and sergeants and your civilian pay plans will be able to remain competitive in the market. We would be recommending moving all of your civilian employees onto this new pay structure and getting everyone to at least the minimum of the new ranges. Combining that with a market adjustment, a combined market and merit for your civilian employees, total budget of 7%, which is probably a larger number than you've seen in many years. But again, it is something that is what we're seeing across all of our municipal sector of business, particularly for those employers who in 2022 did not do an additional off-cycle increase to pay, as many of the municipalities did when we hit this really high cost of living period of time that happened rapidly. We talked about this a little bit, but one of the other things, we did reduce the number of steps on the police scale to 5 to be competitive with market. That is what we are generally seeing as the competitive number of steps. And the range that is being put forward is just about 5% above our original recommendation. I think it was really important to the internal team and particularly to City Manager Geyer to ensure that you were staying highly competitive within your law enforcement piece of it. And that is obviously a market that has been moving rapidly. And we have seen a lot of change in that market. So kind of positioning yourself to make sure that you're going to be aggressively positioned in that market for both police officer and for sergeant. You can see those differences there. All of this is going to be brought forward as a part of the budget that is scheduled to be adopted in October, but I know you have no more information that's going to be presented this evening that'll get into a lot more detail. And if this is approved, the pay adjustments that we're talking about would be implemented at the beginning of 2023. So again, this is kind of high level. We're going to go into a little bit more of the detail of what those structures look like now. This I know probably looks like a bit of an eye chart, but it'll be easier for you to see when it's printed out. This is just showing this is what the proposed general government pay structure looks like. It's the grade numbers that you see down along the left side are just numbers that we assigned. That can be any numbering scheme that is appropriate for the city. You see the minimum, the midpoint, and the maximum of each range expressed both as an annualized number and as an hourly number. And then we talked about the structure, the design elements of the structure, and that's what you see captured there on the right. You can see the width of each range and how it transitions from 30 to 40 to 50% as it goes up the scale. But you can also see that the distance between each grade stays firm at 10%. So that's the design that we were talking about. So the high level impact of implementing this new general government scale, right? Obviously, in addition to looking at market data, we wanted to make sure that we were considering internal equity, specifically from the analysis we did from the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act, but also career progression, so that when we're placing positions on the structure, we're doing it in a way that it is going to encourage your employees to move through the career paths in the way that makes sense for them and the way that allows them to not only have what I would call a job with the city, but to build a career with the city. So we always want to make sure that we have got that progression available to really assist with retention. Right now, based on the analysis we've done, there are 49 of the full-time employees whose current pay rate is below the minimum of the new range. So below that minimum level that we've shown. Now, there are many more than that who have pay lower in the new range than I would say their tenure or experience would indicate that they should be, right? Addressing that is kind of that piece of compression that needs to continue to happen as you move people through the ranges so that newer employees aren't coming in and catching up to or even eclipsing where you have longer service people. But just to give you an idea of kind of how the dollars are allocated, about $900,000 of what we've talked about is going to be for all of the employees on your general government scale. That is an annualized number in 2023. Then if you move to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the police step plan. Again, this is officers and sergeants. We did add sergeants to the step plan that were not on it previously. We condensed the number of steps. Within each step, there is a level step amount. So for each step within the officer, it's going to be a 7% increase as you move through those steps. And for sergeant, it would be a 6%. I think currently what you have is a structure that had different percentages based on which step they were on, and it had a kind of a peak in the middle, and then it faded off towards the end. So the increases got larger in the middle and then dwindled off at the end, and this is a level step approach. Two of the kind of key characteristics about this program and the things that frankly make it fairly expensive to implement was that the officer minimum is just over 72,000, which is going to make you very competitive from a recruiting standpoint. And the officer maximum can exceed 100,000. It sits just over 101. And those are kind of thresholds that we have seen many municipalities pushing towards as they put in these step plans to really ensure that they can keep the talent that they need. We created the officer step plan by simply starting at 6% above the top of officer. So one step plan really kind of leads into the next. And we feel like this is a highly competitive structure in the Denver, Boulder, and Northern Colorado areas. And for reference, you can see that the cost to implement this piece of it is $967,000. So more than what we talked about for the cost impact on the general government plan, which is obviously has a higher number of employees. Step plans do tend to be fairly expensive to both to implement and to change, because it really requires that you move every person to the applicable step rather than just somewhere within the range, right? And you can see that playing out in these numbers. So if you'll scroll on ahead. This is just an overview of what that step plan looks like. So we talked about the characteristics. You can see there on the left, we did add a cadet pay point so that if you were to hire cadets and put them through academy, that is the amount that they would be earning before they are post-certified. Then they would move to the entry step of officer. You see that expressed both annualized and hourly. You can see that each step is 7%, and that's where you see the structure going from 72 to 101 like we talked about. Then if you scroll to the next one, you'll see a very similar looking step plan for sergeants. It has fewer steps. It has 4 steps. Obviously, there's not a cadet rate that needs to be included. That entry step is 6% above the top of the officer that we just saw. It moves up at 6% increments, with sergeants topping out over 135,000. Okay. So that's just what those step plans would look like. As we've been spending most of our time to this point talking about base pay, as I mentioned, we did also review benefit plans. Really what we looked at specifically on the benefit plans, we looked at the cost of health insurance to your employees. We looked at the contribution that the city makes towards retirement programs, separated out between general government and between police. And then we looked at all of the elements of paid time off. What we used as the survey information came from Employers Council. So Employers Council gathers this information every year from their member organizations. And the only thing that's different about who we looked at for this is that they do not report this data by individual municipality. They lump all Colorado municipal governments into one category. So this is representative of the benchmark of municipalities within the state of Colorado, as opposed to just specifically to Denver, Boulder, and Northern Colorado. So if you scroll down, you can see this again is a bit of a busy chart, but what you'll see, that top section talks about health plan cost to employees. These are monthly costs for the health plan to employees. You can see the column that shows where North Glen's rates are and what the Employers Council market data shows. And you can see that really across the board, you're competitive. What you're charging employees for health insurance is competitive. The only comment that we have from a potential recommendation is that it is getting to be more and more popular for our municipal clients to offer a high deductible health plan. And in that high deductible health plan have a very low, sometimes even zero monthly cost to employees, to encourage people to be into more of a consumer-driven type health plan style. So it's certainly not required. All of the information is within market, but it's just something we offer as a recommendation. You can see the next section that talks about retirement contributions, where the city contributes on both the general government side and the police side is competitive. The only reason that retirement percentage amount for police is highlighted in blue is because, unfortunately, Employers Council does not separate out in their survey data retirement contributions to police versus general government. So that information is actually from a custom survey that we did last summer of 29 different law enforcement agencies in and around Denver, Boulder, and northern Colorado. So it's fairly recent data, but it did come from a separate source, and I wanted to note that. You can see getting into paid time off on holidays, you're right in line with benchmarks. We looked at personal leave, bereavement leave. We looked at all of the different vacation accruals. The way Employers Council reports the data, they separate vacation hours from sick. You have them combined, so we combined them in this analysis. And really, across the board, it is, for the most part, competitive, but I would say it is slightly below average for everything below 15 years of service. If you look, there's a bit of a gap between what the city is offering and what you see as benchmark for those lower lengths of service, but then it disappears as you get into the higher ranking ones. Okay. And I think one of the key differences that we see here is that it is getting to be much more popular for organizations to offer vacation time for employees with less than a year of service. Many of them are offering some amount of that immediately, and I think that gets to be quite the important recruiting tool. Okay. Turnover costs, this is something we shared before. If you remember when I was there, and I believe it was in July, we talked about, we had included a high level estimate of, based on the number of people that the city has termed in the last 12 months, we used just what I would call kind of back of the napkin calculation that's used as a common best practice for calculating turnover as to what was it passively costing the city when employees leave. So these are not dollars that you necessarily capture in your budget, but they are walking out the door just the same. And it's important to, I think, have a view of this so that when you're looking at what you potentially might be spending, you understand that there is a certain amount of money, whether you choose to increase pay or not, that the city is going to spend, and it's going to bleed out what I would say more passively through turnover costs. These numbers actually represent actual turnover costs calculated specifically for the city of North Glen. One of our consultants came in and worked with your HR team and went through all of the elements that make up expense within turnover costs and broke it out into categories, right? We know it's not the same thing when you lose a Parks and Rec, maybe a part-time seasonal person, as opposed to losing a sworn police officer or a director or department head level position. So we created a turnover cost calculation for these categories that you see listed here: leadership, sworn police, professional and admin, skilled labor and trades, and Parks and Rec. You can see the number of terms, and this was for a 12-month period that ended at the end of May of this year. A total of 62 people that left the city, for a total cost of a little over $900,000. Just as a note, there have been 22 additional employee exits, voluntary exits, since May 31st. So that 62 number is now up to 84. You can see, what they call the Great Resignation that's been happening all over the country. Obviously, you have not been exempt from that, nor have any of our municipalities. But just to give you a view of what those costs look like. You'll move ahead. We were also asked to look at council pay data, which is important, right? As you've been having discussions about boards and commissions and having people that are willing to serve their communities, it's important to look at those costs. Now, we pulled this data, Colorado Municipal League. This is one of the things that they ask all of their member organizations. So we used the same survey source that we used for everyone else. And we also used the same definition of market. So if you think back to the slide we showed earlier that listed all the cities and towns, those are all the ones that were included in the analysis. We averaged out all of that data. The only 3 levels they report on are mayor, mayor pro tem, and then council member. We aged that market data forward by 5%, which is the same aging factor that we used for all of the other employee numbers that we were talking about, all those market averages. So you can see what's there in that yellow or gold number. That's what came from the survey data. And then the other information is what it looks like currently. So just to give you an overview, kind of, again, using the same methodology. Now, what I will say about this data is that, you can look at that and say, oh, those are hard and fast numbers, and it looks like it's lower across the board. These are also numbers that vary dramatically from organization to organization. So if you were to look at the results and what people reported, there were some that were as low as $3,600 a year, and some, I think the highest one we had was sitting at around 20 or 21,000. So there's quite the standard deviation between the responses, but those are the averages. And then this is just kind of a little color commentary. I believe a lot of this is information that we shared before, but it just kind of goes into why is it so important to be doing a comp study, and particularly making these types of adjustments right now. And this is just a lot of the information that I'm sure you've already seen about what's happened this year from a Social Security cost of living adjustment. And I thought 5.9% was shocking, which was the amount that it went up from 21 into 22. And now what I hear is that they're debating actually making a double-digit increase to Social Security for 2023, which I can hardly wrap my head around. Never in my lifetime have I seen that much of an adjustment, and it's probably warranted. Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Consumer Price Index, that's been increasing even more rapidly for Denver than the rest of the country. The Fed has increased interest rates 3 times this year, also kind of an unheard of opportunity. And then, we talk about this idea of, in this type of a inflationary time and labor market, you're really going to be incurring additional labor costs whether you implement a new wage structure or not. You're either going to, find a way to spend the money proactively to adjust pay and reduce that number that is going out through turnover costs, or it's going to continue to bleed out that way. And additionally, whenever you hire somebody new, regardless of what your pay structure looks like, you have to pay a market rate, or you're not going to get people to accept the role. So you're kind of forced to pay new employees more. What this does is help you pay all employees more, right? So that's just kind of the context that I wanted to share at the end. And I think with that, I think our last slide is just a question slide. So again, I know that's a ton of information that I went through fairly quickly, but I was trying to be cautious with your time, and I know that you probably have questions, and I wanted to make sure we had time for that as well.
I have a couple questions. I think some of them are just because I'm not as well versed in this topic. So looking specifically at the numbers that you presented, how and where does an annual cost of living increase fit in?
Well, so this really would encompass an annual cost of living increase. So what we've done is we've adjusted your pay structures and placed everybody on the new structure. So the people that are below the minimum of the range, it would be a market increase or a cost of living increase to get them up to it. And then that additional 7% budget that we talked about would then be a merit adjustment that would be allocated to all employees. And Tamara or City Manager Geyer, if you guys want to jump in here, let me know. So this idea of a cost of living adjustment is usually reflective of what's happening in the market. And then a merit adjustment is usually reflective of how well somebody's performing. So that number that we showed encompasses both aspects of that.
For this one-time change, right? And then the entire structure, the entire whatever, just keeps moving up with the cost of living?
It does. You're right. So this would be a one-time, I say one-time, you would implement it in 2023, but you're obviously not going to pull back from it after that. And our recommendation would be that on an ongoing basis, your entire pay structure every year, or at least every other year, should adjust by a few percent, right? The entire structure should move by a few percent each year to keep pace with market. And then your employees within their pay range would advance through their pay range based on a merit increase. So the reality of it is you usually have 2 things that are feeding into an employee increase each year. You have how much does their whole range need to shift just to keep pace with market? And then how much should their pay shift within the range based on tenure and experience and performance? Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah. And then my second question was about, and this is terrible because I should know the answer to this, but when I looked at the benefit comparison and it talked about retirement, how does that work with the pension board? Is that the same thing, different thing? Do they switch?
It is the same thing. You're contributing that money for your police officers, I believe. Again, jump in here if I'm stating this wrong, into that pension plan. So it is one and the same. This is not over and above in addition to that. That's the vehicle that you're using to fund those retirement contributions. Is that accurate, Tamara? Okay.
Okay, thank you. I know those were probably not smart questions, but I feel better, so thank you. Councilmember Kondo.
Just a second, Madam Mayor. I just remember early in my term when I did the tour of the waste treatment plant rather, with Jay, that there was a lot of concern about the 4-tier structure that they had, and people that initially get certified at grade 4 or whatever position they call it, I forget, operator 4, and then all of a sudden once they've reached that proficiency, usually other cities kind of scarf up our talent, offering them grade 3, level 3. I wanted to find out if you all looked at that and took that in consideration as you were developing your scheme.
We did, and I appreciate that you understand the nuance of that, because those are really critical roles, and those certifications are costly. And those are positions, when we talk about cost of turnover, those are some of your highest ones to turn over. So we build, there's really 2 structures that we talk about. On the treatment plant side, you have operator A, B, C, and D. D is your entry level, you move C, B, A. On the distribution and collection side, you have licenses 1, 2, 3, 4. We place those all in progressive pay grades so that somebody always has a reason to want to get the next highest level of certification. And when they do, it would be a promotion into a higher pay grade. We also placed those pretty aggressively on the structure because those are definitely jobs that are moving in the marketplace. And I happen to work with a lot of large water treatment facilities, not just here in town, but around the country. So I'm sensitive to those jobs as well.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't see any other hands from council. Does anyone have any questions for Lori? I did ask a question, clarifying. I
do have a follow-up. So, you're suggesting perhaps a 7% increase, which seems like that's huge. Do you know of cities that try to kind of parse that out, maybe over a 2-year period, to try and do this correction to kind of get caught up to market? What are the strengths and weaknesses of that?
Yeah. So I do have clients who do what we call a phased in implementation, particularly clients that if it's been a little while since you've had a full comp study or you've made big adjustments to your structure, sometimes it will come up with a number that's just simply not able to be funded. So we would chunk that into a phased in implementation, and essentially you would fund whatever portion of it you can, and you'd have to create a priority to do that, right? You could either say, if the price tag is $2 million and we have $1.5 million, we're going to cut everybody back by 25% and everybody just gets 75% of what was coming. The rest gets funded the following year. Or you can prioritize it based on, full increases to anybody that's below range minimum, maybe full increases to all of your employees that are in your lower pay grades. There's a lot of ways you can do it, but it does happen. The downside is that when you hire people into those same jobs, you are going to have to hire them at market rate. So while somebody is waiting for the second year of a phased implementation, they conceivably could get leapfrogged by somebody new coming in. And that can be a little demoralizing.
I could see that.
Right. But it's a reality. It's a financial reality.
So I had a question about a couple of slides. So it was page 10 where it has the proposed pay structure and it has all these grades down the left. Mm-hmm. And then there's steps in the police officer step plan. I mean, admittedly, I'm from the education side, so my steps and levels are a whole different beast. How do they move from step 1 to step 2 or pay grade to, what does that look like? Is it education? Is it time on the job?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so I would say, let's talk first about the open, what I call open range, which is the general government pay structure that just has a minimum, a midpoint, and a maximum. That's what we call open range. So what happens in a scale like that is that every year you create a merit budget, and then you do performance, evaluations on everyone. And that performance evaluation determines what percentage of that merit budget they're going to get. So for instance, if your roll rate of a merit budget is 5%, you might say, my outstanding exemplary performers are going to get 7, and you're just kind of getting the job done are going to get 3, right? Everybody else is, and it's going to average out to 5. So each person's amount will differ that moves them through that structure, right? On a step plan, we're predetermining and saying, every year, as long as your performance is adequate and you have met any certification or training requirements that might be laid out, right? That would all be entirely up to your police department. Assuming you have met all those requirements, it's what I would call a bit of a pass-fail. You move to the next step, and that next step is predefined at being 7% higher than it was before. So with a step plan, you're kind of combining market and merit together. On an open range plan, the whole structure moves a little bit with market, and merit is what moves you through the range.
So I'm going to pull this up because a point of clarification, because I know one of the reasons that we're doing this is to be more marketable and to retain our employees. Yes. Is there any, I'm just using this one as an example, but is there any risk of having these not be defined consistently? So if we're going agency to agency, and Thornton has a step plan and we have a step plan, and here's the entry rate, but our movement from step 1 to step 2 requires this much work and this much merit, and their movement from step 1 to step 2 is like, yeah, you just take a class, do your thing. I mean, is there risk of this being not helpful anyway?
Yeah. That's probably a bit more of an internal question for your police leadership, I would say, as opposed to a comp question. But my perspective on it is that it is absolutely best practice to have some definition around what it takes to ensure movement among the steps. It's not just stay upright and fog a mirror and you get to the next step. Right. And I would say most organizations that I've dealt with have a pretty good process for that. And they do understand what it is that it takes to get you there. And so I think that's fairly common. Obviously, I have not had that conversation with your police leadership, but I am certain that it probably exists.
Okay. I just didn't see those descriptors from step to step. And so it was just unclear to me.
Sure.
Because as Councilmember Kondo mentioned, I mean, some of these jumps are big, so you would expect that there was a little bit of effort required to move from one step to the next.
Yeah, what's become common with sworn law enforcement is to have narrower ranges with fewer steps, and you get to the top quickly, right? Where, as a general rule, if you're looking at an open range plan, you're looking at any of these other pay grades. Usually most municipalities are going to say it's going to take somewhere from 15 to 20 years to get from the very minimum of a range to the very maximum of a range. But on a police step plan, you're talking 5 to 7, right? So people get to the top a lot quicker, which is great until they've been there for a few years. And then they're not super happy, right, that they've been at the top for a few years. And the only increases they see once they've gotten to this top step are just those market increases when you shift the entire step structure a little bit, right? So you'll get those 7%, but then after that, you're going to be seeing more like 1s and 2s.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I don't see any more hands. Lori, thank you. This was a lot of information and it was really good work. I mean, I really appreciate you digging in and doing it. It's good stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You, as I'm sure you're aware, have a fabulous internal team in this area that we thoroughly enjoyed working with, and it made it so easy to get the information that we need that it made our work a lot easier, and I'm very appreciative of that.
Nice. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Awesome. And this really isn't a question for you either, but just for council's benefit, I had asked Heather about, because, and I appreciate Lori adding the council slide, because I know it just came up. Some of us didn't realize how our compensation worked. But I was wondering, Heather, if you could clarify if I just lost the word. Yeah, if the stipend is not part of that, is there any cost of living adjustment for that, and how is that done or not done?
So, great question. The stipend is separated from what's considered the council honorarium. So, if you want to go back to that slide, it might be helpful to see the visual.
Sure.
And talk through this. So, the council honorarium's adjusted by 10% every 4 years, and that's in accordance with a council ordinance. And so this council can certainly have conversation about whether or not 10%'s the right number based on market. In addition to the council stipends, the stipend doesn't get moved like the honorarium gets moved. So council can also have a discussion about that. You can bring forward an ordinance. The stipulation is that it would not be effective until the next seated council. So it would not be in effect until 2024. But that's certainly a conversation you can have. And Jason has history about the stipend. And so Jason, you can jump in here if there's something that you think is appropriate for council to know beyond what we've touched on so far with the stipend.
Jason, are you on? Oh, hi. I would love to know, has it been 370 since 1995?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but it has been 370 for quite a while. And that was when council established basically those incidental expenses that you see in that third or that second bullet to say, hey, we have the honorarium, but we also were incurring travel expenses, getting phones and computers and pagers, as you recall, since we just went through that with the finance committee. So really that's where that kind of came from, was they went through and priced out some of those miscellaneous things that were kind of new, I think, new technologies with like, hey, I have a fax machine, or I'm going to print something, or have a cell phone. So that is where that came from. And I'm not sure what year that was introduced.
Okay. I was just thinking, market number one, but the expense of everything going up. And I think the one that caught my attention was the vehicle expenses. Now that we're not as remote and virtual, it's expensive. So I just didn't know what people thought about that. So I just asked the question. Okay.
For the benefit of mayor and council, if you want staff to take a deeper dive into that area, we can certainly do that. That process doesn't have to align with the budget timeline.
I was just wondering. Point of clarification. If anyone else has a concern about it, you can definitely raise it with Heather. Okay. Are we ready for the next piece?
Yes.
Thanks again.
You want to dive right in?
Thanks.
Do you have a presentation, Jason, or? Ah, there it is. I will share it for you.
So we are at an exciting stage in the budget process. This is our third meeting together where you really see how the budget council has shaped the budget over the course of 2 workshops where you've prioritized different requests from across the city departments. And then a big piece tonight that you heard is that employee compensation piece, which we had that time horizon scheduled in. So it's definitely good to see the 2 pieces come together. I am required by city charter for the public's benefit to present this proposed budget to you this evening by September 20th, which is tomorrow, which is part of why it was important to get this presentation in this evening. So tonight is a deeper dive into the overall general fund, which is proposed and balanced. Also the related special funds, and a recap of the decisions that council has made. Also, you're going to see revenue information, and Jason is going to walk you through a conversation we have not yet had, which is looking at water rates and sewer rates. So this presentation is lengthy, just to prepare you. So I'm going to turn it over to Jason, and then all of our directors are on hand tonight to help answer any questions if there's any questions related to projects that you want more information on. So Jason, take it away.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. There are a number of slides, and we could talk about this for 8 hours, but we are not going to do that. We're just going to focus on some high-level pieces that I feel are most important, being that we have talked about this quite a bit, and we'll just kind of show it all wrapped up together. So specific topics, we'll go through the fund summaries just to set your eyes on those. Touch on some key revenues and key expenditures. We don't need to go line by line, but we'll just have some commentary on some of those bigger pieces. So if you go to the next slide, this is highest level big picture snapshot to provide. These are the total expenditures in all of the different funds that we have. So all of the slides charts are going to move left to right with 21 actual, 22 approved budget, and then the 2023 proposed, which is ultimately what we're talking about here. So I don't need to read the numbers, but that just gives us perspective of where things lie. I will comment on the general fund going from that $44 million to $35 million. Major component of that is the $11 million transfer to the capital projects fund for the city hall. So that's why you see that spike in 2022, and then why you see it go back down in 2023. So, all right. On the next slide, this is kind of where we spent most of the time in August talking about revenues and expenditures and trying to come up with a balanced budget. You can see in the 2023 proposed budget, total revenues of $34.4 million and expenditures of $35.2. Total fund balance ending at $15.7 million. And overall, the column to the right, far right, is just a percentage change from the 22 budget to the 23 proposed. A couple of items on that. We'll get into a little bit more detail, but on that taxes category, we had actually had a very successful 2021 rebound of about 20% in sales tax. And so now we're on the budget, we're kind of normalizing the growth that we're seeing, underestimated 2022 based on the timing of when we're making the forecast for that budget. So you see a fairly big increase there. But overall, total revenue expected to increase 7% in the general fund. And then total expenditures, the personnel impact being one that we just discussed of 10%. And then the other items are driven largely from the conversations that we've had regarding inflation and being able to meet those service level requirements that we have. So on the next slide, this just forecasts out the next several years based off of the 2023 proposed budget. You'll see at the bottom the impact to the fund balance, which is, hopefully an accurate forecast based off of historical data and items that we know. On the personnel side, historically, we're moving about 3 to 4% annually. It does include the information that we had provided for the staffing plan in our August meetings. Just looking forward to potentially making those additional positions permanent into the budget. So a lot of different factors rolled into this, but kind of a high level view of a framework for where the general fund budget is.
Jason, when you're forecasting, is there, I see a little bit of a jump. Is there some consideration of Prost opening and the impact of that?
Yeah, there is some consideration there. Some of that is a little bit unknown. So I would say it's probably more conservative on the revenue estimates, meaning lower estimate, until we see that performance. But there is consideration for some of those growth opportunities that we have.
Totally happy to have a conservative estimate. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah. So this is just the visual of the kind of the bottom line of the previous slide. And so you can see the minimum required fund balance, and then what's available and how that moves over time. And the reason that the minimum grows over time is as we have increased expenditures and increased revenue, 25% of that greater number continues to grow, which then the amount available decreases as the required minimum increases. So you can see what that looks like percentage-wise. Fund balance is moving from 46% to 33% over that period of time, but still meeting the minimum requirements and having funding available. So
it didn't seem like it was that long ago that we were sitting at 80 and then 70. We went from 70 to 43 in the last year.
Yeah, 88 to 46, wow. based on the City Hall project.
Based on decisions we have made.
Yes. So, and that's an interesting thing, you know, as we've been looking at it, you know, we talk about percentages and identify, you know, this 88% number or whatever it was, or 50%. Some of the numbers are big. But then over time, we start to evolve, you know, a $300,000 or $400,000 project that a decade ago used to seem like this huge, you know, investment. Now, honestly, has turned into like this $3 or $4 million investment, which is still big. I mean, obviously, it's very big, but just the way that times change, I guess, as far as how much a dollar buys you.
Right.
As we move forward. So here is the Conservation Trust Fund. So this is supported by lottery proceeds. You'll see the revenue numbers there. Other revenue is just made up of investment earnings in the slide. And then capital outlay. So this fund supports parks and recreation projects, so one-time projects. There's a slide later on that talks about what those projects are that make up the $760,000 budget. Ending fund balance of just under $200,000. Again, these are one-time projects, not really impacting ongoing operations. It's just if we're planning about $400,000 of new revenue and $200,000 a fund balance, that would just mean that for 2024. We'd have about $600,000 to be considering for planning purposes. On the next slide, capital projects. I tend to talk about this quite a bit. It's going to show a decrease in revenue. That intergovernmental revenue decreasing slightly. That number includes a $7 million federal grant for the 120th widening project, and then other county grants of about $4 million. So All in all, that intergovernmental revenue on an ongoing basis is about $1.6 million. And then there's grant funds that we apply for and hopefully are awarded to help support large projects. Then capital outlay again, more detail and some slides later on along with the debt service annual payments. There's a slide that discusses that. I will see the ending fund balance going to $8.3 million. At the public hearing, we can talk about the details behind that fund balance and what requirements and restrictions that we have. So on the next fund, the water fund, we'll talk about this on the revenue side in a little bit. You'll see total revenues, total expenditure, $18.7 million of revenue, 15.5 in total expenditures. Net change in fund balance, actually a positive $3.1 million. A side note that I should have made would before I talked about the funds, all of the information that's being presented tonight does include all of the items that we had previously discussed with council in August. There were some individual items that were prioritized by council, so those are all included. We can touch base on those when we get done if you want, as well as the implementation of the compensation study that we just talked about. So those step plans for sworn officers and sergeants, 7% making adjustments to the minimums to get people up to the minimums for compensation. Those have all been included in this. So there's not, hey, this is our presentation, and by the way, we need to do more. This is all inclusive of everything that we have discussed. So cool. Yeah, I should rewind that, but we want to move forward, so we will. So on the wastewater funds, you'll see total revenues being pretty consistent. Some growth there with proposed rate increase that I'll talk about shortly. Personnel budget moving a little over 3%. Nothing too significant. Debt service of $1.3 million. So that's specifically to lift station A and force main project. And we have a slide on that later. Ending fund balance, that's getting very narrow in the wastewater fund, which is why it's vitally important for our rates to be considered later on in the discussion. The next fund, the stormwater fund, no rate increase being proposed here. User charges and fees, we're showing that a slight decline, and that's simply because of one-time revenues from Carl's Farm. We've talked about that quite a bit. We'll take a look at the capital outlay in future slide, but ending fund balance of $1.3 million in the stormwater fund proposed. And then the last fund on the sanitation fund, no rate increase or decrease being proposed. Revenues up slightly. We will see an uptick in that revenue, largely because of development at Carl's Farm. More households in the system paying for those services. So we will see an increase there. Expected increase in personnel. And the capital outlay line, that fluctuates with the number of vehicle replacements that we're going to do. So it's a little bit lower since we just had that discussion last week regarding the totaled vehicle and how we're going to do it in 2022 now. So now in 2023, we can reduce that budget for that capital outlay line item. So it'll be $240,000 to replace one vehicle. So ending fund balance there of $1.6 million. So that was all of that's probably the main piece that needs to be presented as far as presenting, hey, here are the fund summaries of what we're looking at as far as total expenditures. But do want to break down a little bit more with revenues. And like I said, focus on taxes and then user charges and fees, as those are the big components. Then you can see kind of steady over time. And you can see specifically in the taxes area where the 2022 budget was short. 2021, the growth was outpaced expectations by quite a bit. So we're catching that up in 2023. On the next slide, quick summary, sales tax estimated to be 3% above the 2022 year-end estimate. We're estimating 2022 to end about just under 6% as compared to 2021. So we will see in the sales tax arena from 21 to 23 about a 9% increase in sales tax. So 4.5% a year, which is slightly higher than we have historically, but we've also not seen historic inflation like this, which resonates throughout the economy, and we'll see that here. On the property tax side, no change proposed to the 11.597 mills. That would take voter approval to change anyway, but nothing like that is coming forward. We're actually seeing a decrease in the assessed value. The preliminary assessed valuation decreased by a little over 2% for the city. The reason that decrease happened is the assessment rate went down from the 7.15 to 6.95%. So the valuation set by the Gallagher amendment that was removed this past year or two has an effect on that the amount of revenue the city will collect. On the personal side, it should positively impact individuals. And then on the city side, as far as delivering service, it has an impact where the revenues are actually less. It is also the timing of when the assessor resets the values will happen next year. So we have this interesting timing of, you see home prices going up significantly. That assessment doesn't take place until next year, and a decline in the assessment rate leads to the city having an actual decline in the property tax that will be collected next year.
Councilmember Kondo has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Jason, I wonder if you can just go back. I might have missed this when you described this, going back to slide 16, other revenues 2022, slide 18, I'm sorry. The other revenues peaking there in 2022 was what exactly again?
That's the transfer from one fund to the other. From the general fund, the $11 million transfer from the general fund to the capital project.
Okay. Yep. So that was a financial maneuver, not any unusual thing going on there.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So slide 20, just the visual of the growth in sales tax. So that's sales tax specifically. And then slide 21, another key revenue, user charges and fees. So in 2017, the wastewater rate study was completed, and it identified a 10-year time horizon for rate increases. So 18 through 22, we're wrapping up those. Those have been implemented. The study identified increases from 23 through 27 on the water side of 2% and on the wastewater side of 5.25%. So impact to average bill somewhere between $2 and $3 a month will be what we see the impact is. The need for the rate increases dating back to 2018 and through this period of time is to help fund significant capital projects. One of the goals that we've had is to try to limit the size of those increases over time to allow them to compound over time rather than getting to 2026 and say, hey, we have a $50 million project. We need to increase rates by 15% today. So the goal is to be steady. It does address inflation and the cost just to operate, but more importantly, identifying a way to fund those and finance those large capital projects. So,
Councilmember Goff has a question.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious because whenever we talk about average customer bills, I just am curious what the difference is from like the range from the lowest to the highest in terms of these increases, because just because the average doesn't always tell you the whole story.
So definitely, so we use an average household of water consumption of 5,000 gallons during the winter, and then in the summer we use 15,000 gallons being used in the summer. So it will impact those that use more water to a greater degree. And so this is based on the 70 cents is on the low range. So that's kind of the winter number on average of 5,000 for all 10,000 households. And then the $1.87 on the water side would be the summer impact of the, on average, 15,000 gallons of water per month.
Okay, well, I guess I maybe should be embarrassed that I don't pay the water bill. My husband does. So, but is there a tiered system for people who use more water, and how does that play into this?
Yeah, so there is a tiered system, and I don't have the rates right in front of me, but it definitely a tiered system where up to 5,000 gallons is, I should pull this up on the website actually. Anyway, I don't know if the exact dollars matter, but there is a tiered system where as usage increases, the rate in which you pay for that water increases.
So then the 2% increase would be of that like higher tier for if you jump up into that in the summer. Would be not just like the base 2%.
So we'll move the base rates for every tier by 2%.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
And this is just a benchmarking. These are the comparisons that we did in 2017. So we're using those same cities, municipalities, and service providers. These are updated as of the information we could get this past month. And the orange line is North Glen and where we would fall with the rate increases that are being proposed. So somewhere in the middle on the average winter side. We do climb on the next slide. So more of an average in the on the summer side.
Councilmember Kondo.
Oops, sorry.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I actually have my October water bill. So my household used 10,000 gallons, and the water charge on that came out to about $48. So to answer Councilmember Goff's question, we're looking at $1.87, maybe somewhat a little bit less since I only used 10,000 gallons for about $48, just for perspective. Maybe I'm not taking enough showers.
And then you can see on this slide, would be the average summer comparison using the benchmark of 15,000 gallons. So you can see that Northland does use the tiered structure that does make it incentivized to conserve water as much as possible with the increase in rates. So then on the next slide, benchmark comparison on the wastewater side. Slide says sewer, wastewater, one and the same, and where Northland falls within the region on those rates, assuming the new rates go into effect. Any question on, there probably is a lot of questions. In order to move those rates forward, we would bring an ordinance forward to establish the new rates and provide additional details when that comes forward for adoption. There's a public hearing on the rate setting. So just as a...
Jason, can I go back to the slide where you sort of made the point right here that we kind of should increase the rates?
Yeah.
This is a significant problem down here.
Yeah, that is a problem. A couple of things that are going to drive, the forecast, and we're looking at these ongoing. We're not standing by from 2010 or 2017 and just saying, hey, this looks good, we'll keep going. We're actually modeling it on a regular basis to identify different nuances that come into play. The inflation this past year definitely plays a role. The Fed increasing interest rates has a negative impact on our ability to borrow at a low rate for our future projects. So all those things come into play, and so it's important that we take a look at this, on a regular basis, which we are doing. We're in a position right now that it appears that we can stick to the rates that were developed in 2017. But again, we'll continuously monitor that and bring forward any modifications to that as necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, expenditures. So as you can see, total expenditures, this is just a good way to capture. I was told that looks like a pencil and an eraser, but I didn't get to pick the colors for the yellow and then the red. So I appreciated that. And now all I see is, why did I put a pencil on the chart? But you can see total categories across all of the funds and those numbers there. If you go to the next slide, we'll just touch on personnel briefly. You can see the impact of the compensation study, moving regular wages, and that's specifically regular wages, up a fair amount over the budget, about 13% overall across all funds. You'll see medical benefits. I don't have the exact percentage, but medical benefit premiums did go down slightly. You'll see the impact of retirement contributions, overtime. The other category is Medicare, workers' comp, our seasonal budget, right there. One thing, I will comment on the medical benefits just because it does stick out from 2022 budget to 23 that it went down so much. Premiums did not go down that much, but every year we recalibrate every individual to what their actual election is. And so when people change their medical benefit options, we attempt to capture that. We typically budget for family coverage. And then when people come in over a period of time, we'll make those adjustments if they elect something different to the budget category.
Councilmember Kondo.
Yes, Madam Mayor, can you go back to the affectionately called pencil graph? I just wanted to ask Jason a question besides his art talent. So the budgeting for our new city hall is largely reflected then in that capital outlay for 22 and 23. Is that, am I looking at that correctly?
Yes, yes, you are.
And can you just kind of characterize the percentage, you know, that's in 22 versus 23? Just for the new civic center.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, can you just characterize what percentage of the new civic center budget is in 22 and in the 23 capital outlay segment?
Okay, so a lot of those projects in 2022 are carrying over to 2023. So it's not necessarily new money that's coming forward. So the total on the City Hall project in total is about $28 million of both of those numbers.
28?
Yeah, so in 2023 it's about
so 28 million. Okay, got it. Thank you.
So again, just had this conversation with Graves Consulting, so I don't need to touch on that unless anybody has any questions about the compensation bit. And then on the next slide, 28, so proposed new positions. We've talked about these in August, a fair amount. So these are the new positions. Are putting on hold the sergeant and digital technician in order to assist in balancing the budget in the general fund. But otherwise, these are either additional hours, a reclassification of the title. We did capture the half an FTE for the park ranger that was brought up in August, as well as a start date of July 1st for a sustainability coordinator. So those are all have been included. Then on the next slide, just overview over the last few years and what's proposed for 2023 as far as total FTE count by department. And you can see them, the total on the right-hand side of the page of just over 335 FTE. And then nothing else on that slide. And then the capital project summary. This is similar information that we've seen before, just kind of broken out to see what fund and what funds are participating in capital projects. So that's just the visual. And then the next several slides are just a listing of the projects and the total amount for 2023. When we come back for the public hearing on October 10th, we'll outline on these funds the kind of the longer view, the 5-year impact of those out-year projects. But for now, we're just capturing what's on tap for 2023, and then we'll take a look at those impacts the next go around at the public hearing.
May I go through these?
These are all projects that we had presented on August 1st and then discussed at the August 15th meeting. So nothing new was added to that packet of information that you received at that time. And then big fast summary of the long-term obligations that we saw through some of the funds. These are the balances that will be outstanding at the end of 2022 for the Civic Campus, Justice Center, and the wastewater revenue bonds. And then those payments, or the annual payments, $2.6 million for the Civic Campus, for the Rec Center, 1.5 million roughly for the Justice Center, and then 1.3 million for the wastewater revenue bonds. And those will be ongoing, just kind of part of the budget for several years to come. But I want to give an outlook on when those would be retired, either over a 20 or 25 year period. So 2037, 2039, and 2045. Or actually 2036 for the Justice Center, 2039 for the Rec Center, and then 2045 for the wastewater revenue bonds. So up next, public hearing on this budget on October 10th, and adoption per the schedule that we've discussed on the 24th. That's a whole lot of slides and a whole lot of numbers, and very happy to go back and discuss any items that you all would like to.
Councilmember Kondo.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Jason, I just want to ask one other question. I know that the Justice Center has some infrastructure issues, and I don't know if they've finally characterized that, but do we have enough buffer in our capital outlay in the event that we have to do some expensive emergent repairs there?
So I know that we've been talking about that in executive session, so I'm not going to share any information on that, but we do see a reserve balance.
Okay, just want to make sure we've got that cushion. Thank you.
So Jason, I'm going to share really quickly just to summarize for myself, I think, just to kind of paraphrase for you. So I see the general fund slides. When I look at this one, all of the work that we've done over the last couple months, all of the strategic planning, all of the discussions, as you mentioned, all of that is within this budget. And so this first column includes all of the expenditures that we either recommended. The only one that I heard you mention were the 2 staffing positions with the PD, the sergeant and the digital tech.
Correct.
Okay, so outside of that, everything that was discussed in our budget planning is within this budget, and it looks like we need $815,000 from the reserves in order to balance this budget. Is that correct?
That's true. And within that $815,000, there's the $500,000 of capital outlay, and then there's also $443,000 that is considered one time. So one of the one-time pieces. So we like the one-time expenditures, of course, because they'll dip into that a little bit. So one of the items most recently was the climate action plan for $200,000. So that's included, but just as a one-time item. There's a couple of pieces for Stonehawker. The study to evaluate was $127,000, $30,000 for the roof at that facility. So a couple of those items are in there and so that's where a piece of that, you'll see the forecast fluctuate in 2024 as far as about the use of fund balance.
Okay. And then you talked about, so I guess what I want to highlight is that through that budget process, a lot of ideas went into this budget. We said yes to a lot of things, and you and your team did a fabulous job of putting all the numbers together and making it happen. So I just wanted, because we don't have those two documents together, right? We didn't need to go through the budget binder again, but as opposed to just those two PD FTEs, then this incorporates all of it and it's ready to go. So I think that's really exciting. Months and months of work for the entire team. And I just want to say thank you, because I know this is a big job.
Yeah, we're never sad when it wraps up.
No. Now you should take a vacation.
We being me, I don't want to speak for everybody, but
I think you need at least one day off, Jason. Go.
I'll sneak one in.
Do something. No, that's great. I appreciate it. And I don't see any more hands, well, except for Heather. Hi.
This is a good thing I'm going to share. So one remaining piece that I think it was your idea, Mayor Lighty, that you had brought up at a council meeting early in the summer was whether or not we'd want to consider a lawnmower, a trade-in rebate program for lawnmowers, for electric mowers. So we had quite a bit of discussion internally, and the approach that we'll take, I just want to outline it briefly and get the thumbs up from council. I think it's a simple approach. Sustainability committee did weigh in on the idea and they're supportive of it. So they want to take $10,000 of their existing funding and dedicate it to an electric mower rebate program. The rebate will be a $150 voucher to Lowe's for the mower. And what residents will do is they'll receive their rebate when they turn their lawnmower, their non-electric mower, into the city during dumpster days. And then mowers will go to metal recyclers so they won't end up in the landfill. So that's what we've worked up for 2023. And if I could just get a thumbs up, that'll move forward as well.
Cool.
Okay, thanks.
Woo. Big thumbs up from Jenny, I can see it. Okay, excellent. I did have a quick question before we adjourn. Jason, do you need anything else from us?
I do not. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't know if there was a timeline on the City Hall project. Not the big one, but the adaptations we were making.
For the budget?
No, just timeline for when we can go back.
Okay, I don't have an update. We have a meeting, an internal team meeting on Wednesday. The plan is to bring back the, let me back up. The plan is to get in front of council before the end of the year to continue the design development plan. We hit pause.
Not the question.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm not understanding.
When are the products going to be in so we can go back to City Hall?
Oh, sorry. Went completely
right.
different
No, I wasn't clear. My apologies.
The x-ray machine is in. We now have to set the x-ray machine up, calibrate the x-ray machine, which we can't do. We have to bring a service in to calibrate the x-ray machine. So I am striving for October 10th. So we have 2 meetings that'll be in person. So one last meeting virtual next week. And also working on the safety presentation training for council as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, I hope everyone has a great rest of your week. See you later.